No, I love my son.
No, you're not. Information gathered.
Isn't that awesome? Look at that
Yeah.
thing. That's massive.
I think you should do it anyway.
You think so? Lois, here's the other side of my.
All you need is gravy. One pan, yeah.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
yeah, this is supposed to have a warming drawer underneath it. Won't fit in the damn cabinet. I'm like, come on. That would have just been so cool, you get part of the dinner done, you put it down in the warming
Yeah.
thing and it just stays warm instead of continuing cooking.
Which is a killer. She's doing the church.
Yeah,
Everybody there all still get together.
without mom. This is sad loss.
Right, yeah.
And they weren't filming me in on
Right,
this.
yeah.
You made plans.
Well, no, so I'm like thinking everybody's just gonna be separated and famished. And
Oh,
no, they got it all planned.
Famished.
Della, are you ready?
I am.
Lois?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Don? Yes. I got an email from Heidi that she would not be here.
Yeah, I got it too.
Okay, all right, so go ahead and get started. So we'll call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. You'll join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I should thank everyone for joining us this morning at our November 15th, 2022 meeting of the Whitewater Township Board. Even though it's opening day of deer season, apparently it's not a state holiday anymore. So, yeah, roll call when ready, please.
Goss, here, Beck,
Here.
Pop,
Here.
Glenn,
Here.
Valmuth is absent.
Any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
I would like to have the board add an update on the moratorium. That's an outstanding unfinished business item, and I don't see it on the agenda.
Anything else?
I do have one thing. I have a treasurer's meeting
Okay.
today to get my millage rates for the December billing
Uh-huh.
at 2 today. And I need enough time to be able to get in.
So you need to leave at 2:30?
Probably 1:30. So I'm hoping we can get through
Yeah,
this stuff fairly
I don't see a
quickly.
problem. Yep. No bills payable, Cheryl?
I sent them out in my packet, the bills.
That's not on this agenda. If you would like to add something to this agenda, you're welcome to do so.
The board policy says that all claims shall be audited at the next meeting, so it really doesn't matter what day you got it. They
It does.
have to be
If
audited
you'd like to
today.
add something to the agenda, you're welcome to do it.
Well, technically, I don't have to have it. It should be under consent calendar.
Would you
Um,
like to add it? Yes or no?
Sure, it's,
Okay.
it's already added, but if you want to add it, yes.
It's not already added. Board, would you like to add the clerk's request?
Yes, please.
Yes. And so we'll do that under new business number 5. Anything else? Public comment. Anyone here in the township hall wishing to make public comment on items other than the public hearing, which we will hold. And hearing none, we'll go out to Zoom land. Good morning, Connie. I see your hand is up. Do you have public comment for the board this morning?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Connie Highmore, Bags Road. After sitting through so many meetings, board and PC especially, I still find it disappointing how groups of grown-ups don't work together as a team for the betterment of the township. I'm hoping that together we can make the township a better place, but the poking and prodding of certain members is disturbing. We expect better things from children that go to our schools, better behavior. So I'm hoping that together as a group of grown-ups, professionals, that we can work together to make the township better. At the PC meeting last week, the private road subject came up, and it was sad to see the chairperson and another member laughing because they landed that debacle in the lap of the board. And no matter whose issue that is, I think it needs to be addressed quickly. I think it's sad that it was something that was comical to them. I think that as grown-ups, again, we need to find a better way to communicate and to behave in these meetings. So that being said, I hope today is a wonderful meeting and that you two all behave as grown-ups and have a great meeting. Thanks.
Good morning, Vicki. I see your hand is up.
Good morning. I want to thank you all for your time and service. We appreciate all that you do for the township. I will definitely echo what Connie said, actually part of what I was planning on talking about today. I would like to express my concern about how for the past few meetings, packages are sent out in really late. I don't know how anybody can be properly prepared. If somebody is not going to have it in a packet, how can anybody be taking a look at it? The PC meeting, the packet was sent out quite late, and it was a very large package. So very frustrating that we're getting things out late. And, as the public, we're concerned and want to take time to be able to go through it and be prepared as well. As I said, I want to echo exactly what Connie said. It was brought up by our consultant, Randy Milnick, who, by the way, is doing a fabulous job already when he's able to finish talking when he's at the meetings. But he mentioned he was surprised that there wasn't a private road ordinance. Bob Hall actually jumped up and went running to grab a book to make sure that there wasn't one. And Kim Mangus, as Connie mentioned, laughed about it, that there's no private road ordinance, and basically pointed fingers at the board. So I don't care whose fault it is. We have such pressure going on in our township. Not to have a private road ordinance in place is ludicrous, in my opinion. With all of the pressure that we have going on, site condos, now there's talk of a single wide site condo and a private golf course that is going to have a private road. And again, nothing in place. Kim Mangus also mentioned that we really don't even have any ordinances in place for golf courses. There may be more golf courses coming down the road, so maybe that's something that should be looked at as well. We taxpayers and residents of Whitewater Township deserve better. We deserve to have somebody protecting our our property rights as well. Jim and I are officially in our home. We are officially residents on Bags Road in a home that we plan to stay forever in. And we are hoping that you all work together to help protect our rural community. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else on Zoom wishing to make a comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none. We will get on with the agenda, which is a public hearing on proposed parking ordinance number 63. I'd like to remind everybody if they could please sign in at the sheet over here. If you would like to make a public comment regarding the private road ordinance in the subject matter of this public hearing, your time will be duly noted. And so I'd like to open this public hearing at 9:10 a.m. And this is on the Whitewater Township General Ordinance number 63 parking ordinance. We've already reminded people to sign in. The legal notice was posted in the Traverse City Record Eagle, October 30th, 2022, and in the Township Hall kiosk. Were there any written comments received?
No.
I've not received any. Is there anyone here today that would like to speak on the ordinance? Good morning.
Morning. Tom McElway. I live on Lakeside Trail, and I'm here in support of a township parking ordinance, specifically, as was suggested, relating to the Baggs Road boat launch. The boaters and ice fishermen generally have been very considerate as a group. They generally park on the south side of the road. Occasionally, there will be a vehicle on the north side of the road, and when I see it, I will put one of my notices under their windshield wiper, pointing out that the road isn't wide enough to have vehicles. Most of them have trailers behind them on both sides of the road. This impacts deliveries such as mail, fire, ambulance, all access down the road if they're parked on the road. The shoulder just isn't wide enough. And so even at best, these vehicles are somewhat on the road. That area can be very busy on weekends, winter and summer. This summer, we counted 39 vehicles on the road. That's in addition to what's in the parking lot. It extends a couple hundred yards each direction from the driveway of the boat launch. And I think that an ordinance would be proactive government rather than waiting until a problem comes up and then we have to react. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak in the public hearing? So just as a matter of formality here, can people on Zoom, even though they can't sign in?
Aren't they signing in when they sign into Zoom? When we just, is there a list of, can we get a list of who signs into Zoom?
Unless they,
Well, you don't need a list. It doesn't matter. People could come here and make comment and not sign that sign-in sheet. They don't have to sign the sign-in sheet. They can make a public comment as they wish to.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, the collection of information is basically name and address, correct? I
Yeah.
mean,
But we
This-
can't require that.
I understand, but we certainly could require they state their name, their full name versus a screen name, because we get some screen names with phone numbers on them.
Yeah.
And so I would think just from an appropriateness, if they state their full name, I think that would be that'd be acceptable. to
Weren't we
me.
told that we can't require that?
But that's in a normal meeting, isn't it? In a public hearing, do the same rules apply, you think, Cheryl?
I don't know why they wouldn't. I have no
So
idea why
really,
they
then the
wouldn't.
sign-in sheet is not a necessity.
Well, we put that, I filed that with the ordinance. We've always had a sign-in sheet, but the people on Zoom, they can't sign in. If they want to give their name, they can give their name. And if they want their, I mean, basically, it's just, the minutes are going to state whether they were in support or in opposition to the
Sure.
ordinance.
Right.
So, if they want their name attributed to that, then they would give their name. If they don't, then there'll be no name given.
So as a board consensus, we go out to Zoom and ask if there's anybody who wishes to comment on the proposed ordinance.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
I
that.
think
All right.
that's required.
All right, folks in Zoom, you might have heard that conversation exchange go on. If you would like to make a public comment with respect to our proposed ordinance number 63, the parking ordinance, please use the raise your hand option at the bottom of your screen, and we'll take a listen to what you have to say. Seeing none, we will bring this public hearing to close at 9:15 a.m. Any board comments or discussions on this particular item? It does appear further on in the agenda, so we'll be looking for the adoption process during the regular agenda item. Okay, then we shall return to our regular agenda. And that brings up Mr. Nelson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Darrell Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commission. A week ago, we had an election. I want to thank the clerk and all the clerks in the area and all the people that worked on the election. That's a really difficult day and preparation. I'm not sure how it's going to work out with the law that passed that talks about 9 days of voting. We'll have to see how that works out. And for Ardella, we did yesterday, you probably saw the L4029 was approved and all that stuff. So you guys do all that magic behind the scenes stuff that we just pretend to understand. You guys work all that magic to make it work, but we did our part yesterday. So I think everything is all set for you guys to go. At the county, kind of the big news that pertains to you guys, I think, is we got our ARPA applications in. We got 105 applications for 77 point something million dollars. And we have $18 million. So not everyone's going to get approved. We're going to have to sort that out. They're being, right now, our consultant is arranging them. We had a fairly easy application process. We're not the federal government. We didn't require 87 pages. But we're getting them categorized properly. Might be some follow-up. Whitewater Township specifically has $650,000 in requests for couple trails and a fire engine. So those are in there. There's also some other requests that are more region-wide. Specifically, we can talk about infrastructure, internet type things, and some other things. So we're going to sort through them and try to figure out, but I can unfortunately guarantee that there'll be more people disappointed than will be awarded. And we get to be the people that pass that news on. So I will do my best, and we're already working to figure out a best way through that as fair and equitable as possible. The other thing, back in March, we had a real problem with health services and mental health in the jail. That's been a countywide problem with community mental health. Community mental health was no longer servicing the jail. And we had a contractor that wasn't doing a very good job as a national contractor. We had a local contractor that put in a bid, and we had a request for proposal, And the jail administrator stated that it was kind of a out of the box proposal. They hadn't been doing this before, but we felt we could get good services. But he stressed that this was kind of a risky is the wrong word. That's the word I keep using, but out of the box thinking as opposed to going one of these national companies, but we just didn't feel like we were getting good service from. We went with that company, understanding that it was a different way of looking at it, a different way of thinking. And mental health and healthcare services in the jail improved significantly. There's always issues with that, but it was doing pretty good. On the backside, internally, that company who contracts with some other companies has a $400,000 deficit in their books, and they contacted the county and wanted us to pay it. We have a contract with this company. We're not responsible for it. We're not going to pay it. Might be something they try to come to us legally, but that's internally between them. But in the meantime, we have decided to go with a separate organization, and we found a Midwest regional organization that the representatives came up from Indianapolis yesterday meeting, and we have contracted with them to do those services. So you might see the headline that Grand Traverse County is gonna be on the hook for $400,000 for a mistake. It wasn't our mistake, it wasn't in the contract. That's an internal billing situation. They weren't keeping an eye on things apparently. And so not one of the reasons that we are moving on with somebody else. Unless there's any questions from you guys, I don't think there's anything else. I will probably be following up with you guys on the request from Whitewater so that I can certainly speak and answer questions about them from a surface level. And with 105 applications, we certainly aren't going to have we're not going to have presentations from 105 people, but it's my responsibility, I believe, to be able to understand the request from the fire department and all that so that I can advocate for it and answer questions about it. So.
Well, I would like to take just a moment to thank the County Board of Commissioners for such an easy application format. While I did not personally fill out any, the board did write a couple of support letters. And so I found the application user-friendly, which is not typical. So thank you. Please.
We don't
pass
need to
that
make
along.
it extra. We wanted small little nonprofits to be able to navigate through it and not give up, because
Right.
we all know, we've all been to those reports that about halfway through it, you say, forget it, it's not worth it. I can't figure it out. So.
Yeah. So good job on that.
I
Yeah.
have a question. Are you planning to follow up obviously before the consultant firm scores the application?
They're doing that right now. So
Oh,
it
they're
won't be
doing that now.
before that.
Okay.
And they might follow up with questions if it comes to the scoring aspect of it.
Okay, so they're scoring them now.
Yeah. And when I say scoring, I want to make sure it's not a ranking. They're not going to come to us with this one as a higher rank. I should say categorizing. There's the 5 buckets that they need to fit in. And they might go back to an organization such as you and say, okay, this trail request, we want to make sure that it fits in here. Some of them fit in several categories. Some of them are less easy to figure out. So really it's a categorization, I can't say. It's not they're not ranking them and all of that will be decided at the Board of Commissioners level. And we are going to see all of them, as I've stated before.
Oh, you are going to see all of
We
them?
are going to see every application. And I kind of pushed for that, but I wasn't the only one that we wanted. I mean, the buck's going to stop at that table. We're not going to say, okay, here's the top 20 that come to us, and that's that organization's recommendation. We are going to get all $77 million, sort them out, look at them, and make the call. So good and bad, but.
So I do have a question. Well, how are they categorizing them?
There were 5, and don't ask me to repeat the 5 right now, but there
Okay.
was the 5 categories that were listed. We can only get reimbursed if they fit, they match
One of them.
the 87-page reports on the backside. It is a very complicated application process, obviously, because it's the federal government, they're giving away money. So we want to make sure that when we approve money toward that particular project, that it fits in one of the 5 buckets that they have or multiple, and that we will in fact get reimbursed for the money that we approve or award to that agency.
So when you say reimbursed, how will you be, I mean, you already have the 18 million.
I don't know if we've got the full 8, I know we got 9. I'm not sure if the second has
Okay.
come yet,
Okay.
but we're getting money transferred to us.
Okay,
And they will take that money back. If we just said, well, we're not going to spend it, they'll take it back.
yeah,
If we approved some funds to somebody that they said that doesn't fit, or you didn't properly fill out the application,
mhm,
then no, we're taking that money back. You're on your own. And we might have already given that money to the agency and the agency has spent it. We can't go back to them and say, hey, we want our $500,000 back. You know, that's not an option. So we want to make sure that on the backside. So the PSC, the organization that we're working with, they're the paperwork jockeys that are doing all of that and making sure.
yeah, kind of
So-
pre-screening.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So there might be, I don't know this is me talking. There might be some further applications that we have to have that will be filled out that will then come to the organization. Say, okay, sign here, sign here. Then you have to agree that this happens with that. It can't be used for that, or,
Mhm.
you know,
And we have the same reporting issues to deal with.
on your own. Yeah.
On our own. And
Mhm.
so that is a significant concern of mine,
Mhm.
is that how we spend the money falls in one of the buckets that we're allowed to.
It's a bad day if you get that denial
Yeah.
of money that you spent, that they're going to pull their money back out and say,
After the fact,
after the fact,
Mhm.
after you've spent it, and then that's not a good day.
right? Yep.
So
Good luck with that.
thanks.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
any other questions? So, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Chief, what do you have for us?
Good morning, Brandon Flynn, Fire Chief. Hope everybody is well. We had 11 calls in October, so we're still hanging up there with a large call volume. Other than that, everything else was kind of low key. We did have the Halloween party, which was a great success. And I'd like to thank WISA for helping us out, and the weather was cooperating, so I think that helped out a lot, but it was probably one of the most attended Halloween parties that I've ever been to. I've only been to 4 or 5 of them, so
We ran out of food.
we ran out of
never ran
food
out
and
food.
candy, and
Ran out of drinks and food. It was amazing.
everybody at the park was having a great time. But some of the background stuff that's going on, my OSHA Part 74, which is our law for firefighting, was rewritten, and they gave us, each and every fire department, a big matrix we have to fill out for each individual employee. And for whatever reason, our local medical control has done the same thing, so I'm kind of busy putting all of that information together. And so I haven't been able to do too many inspections in October. We finished up an inspection at the Turtle Creek Hotel. And they're always really good about keeping their facility in order. And plus I have help from the tribe and Metro. We all kind of tag team it. But other than that, we're looking forward to wrapping up this year and getting started on another new year. That's it. Unless you have any questions.
Did you sell the snowmobiles yet?
Nope, the bids are due this Friday, the 18th. at 12 noon, and then we're doing a public bid opening at 12:15. Hopefully they'll be gone this weekend or maybe early next week, because we are out of room at the station. Yeah,
That's why.
that was not by accident. I wanted to wait till this fall.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Planning Commission report. Heidi, are you on the line this morning? Maybe not. So no Planning Commission report. Park and Recreation report.
The committee met last night. All 5 members were present. The minutes of their 10:10 meeting were approved, and you have a copy in front of you. The Michigan Township Participating Plan Risk Reduction Grant information was provided to the committee. Regarding the High Prairie Park dugouts, this was said last month, but past inspection on 10/3, leftover diamond dust will be spread on the field in the spring when the annual field maintenance is completed. The committee would like to request that the cost of diamond dust for both fields be placed in the next fiscal year budget. It was not put on the fields this year. Regarding the Whitewater Township Park Playground, the committee was updated that all repair items have been completed there. That happened in October. The last of those were done in October. Regarding the BCNA Lossy Trail cleanup, the committee asked me to inquire of Ron whether an estimate has been sought from Steve Largent for the unfinished trail cleanup. If this work is not to be completed in this fiscal year, a cost figure will be needed for the next fiscal year budget purposes. Regarding Lossy Trail wetland improvements, Melton's walkthrough with the Eagle representative remains unscheduled. Regarding High Prairie Park Playground, Melton reported that the 3-foot extension and border have been completed. Decals and clevises have been received. The post-mounted signs are ready to be picked up. 1 or more PrAC members will get these items installed. Melton will call the playground inspector to schedule reinspection of both playgrounds. Regarding the BCNA Lossy Trail signage, temporary trail maps will be laminated and installed at the kiosks. Permanent signage will await completion of the BCNA trail cleanup. Regarding PrAC meeting dates, that item is on the board's agenda today. They have a request to change their bylaws to allow them to move their meeting to the 3rd Tuesday of the month. Regarding the Grand Traverse County ARPA grants, 2 grant applications were submitted on October 28th, one for a trail loop at BCNA and one for wetlands improvement on Lossy Trail. Spark grants and various suggested projects were discussed. I did have to leave the meeting about 20 minutes before it got over due to having this meeting today.
Just an update. I don't plan to seek a cleanup proposal for Battle Creek Natural Area. I mean, that's something the board can take up. We already went through it. Somehow the board requested something incorrect or didn't include the complete park. So
So
that's,
we're not going to clean that up? Is that what you're saying?
that is not what I said.
Okay.
I said, I will not be seeking.
You yourself. will not
That's
be doing
correct.
it.
This is a board issue.
So
We
maybe
hired a
this is-
contractor. And because our agenda is full and we hired a contractor. Excuse me. And apparently it wasn't what we needed
We didn't catch it.
and we didn't catch it. So that's a board issue.
Maybe it's an opportunity to start planning for a grant. You know, to clean the rest of it up.
Yeah.
So how will that issue get back in front of the board again?
You are the Park and Recs director.
Well, I'm not the one that's been working with Steve Largent. You have.
No.
I haven't had any
um,
conversations with him,
I-
and you've had quite a few emails back and forth with him about it and the letter of completion and all that. So I'm just wondering, are
The
we?
supervisor will not be doing anything. That is a Park and Recs issue.
Okay,
If Park and Recs decides not to do anything, then so be it.
so they can seek the committee can go ahead and seek a cost then.
No,
Why not?
because the board has to determine why it failed in the cleanup. In my opinion, that was the bid. If we had a contractor that submitted something that wasn't complete, but yet the board accepted it and paid for it, that's a problem. It's a problem we've had on several projects. So the
Well-
board needs to determine what went wrong in their request. We had a request for proposal. We had a submittal. 5 people at this board looked at it and approved it. We didn't know that only a portion of the trail was going to be completed.
Well, apparently that would have required each board member to go out there and see where
We had a map.
right, but it didn't have those sections on it. So apparently we didn't compare the map to the map in the rec plan, which is the correct map of BCNA. So,
So we as a board need to figure out what we did wrong before we go out and pay more money for something.
Well, there's just been a disconnect somewhere,
Yeah,
and figuring it out really shouldn't take that long. Making the plan to correct it is, I think, what we should focus on. Not today, though.
so if Park and Rec director would like to bring that back in front of the board, please do so. Any other questions on
well,
Park
if
and
I
Rec?
do so, I'm going to get an estimate from Steve Largent, because that information,
You're gonna
is-
get an
is what
estimate
we
on
need.
what?
cleaning up the 2 sections that didn't get cleaned up. He
Because
was-
as
Once
I
it's
understand it, there's no markings.
Well,
There's no markings from the arborist.
okay, so I get it. There's no markings from the arborist, but,
You're gonna do
So
a
you're saying
project, you're
you-
gonna propose a project that has no specifications to it.
Can we bring this back at a later date?
I think that sounds good,
Yeah.
Ardella. Consent calendar.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this consent calendar.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
I've got 2 questions on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Ardell, there's double August bank reconciliations in
I
there.
don't know why I saw that too, Don. I don't know why there's 2 in there.
Okay, so just an oversight, so.
So I asked about that, and it could be my fault, right? So I asked if you had sent me 2 files, and I asked if it was a duplicate
I didn't see that.
or if it was in addition, and you responded it was in addition. So I will take the responsibility for the double, just in case we didn't communicate correctly.
There's an oversight.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get it corrected.
Got a question about some minutes for approval. Draft minutes from the 10/17 meeting on page 74 of the packet. There was motion made and then it was withdrawn, and the statement in here is Glenn will wordsmith the motion and bring it back in November. that's not entirely accurate. Glenn will wordsmith, and then the consensus by the board was that I would send the revised language to the clerk for her review of that proposed changes to the language. I would like the minutes to reflect that's what I did as instructed.
Agreed.
You would like the minutes to reflect what now?
That the motion was not to bring it back in November. The motion was that I would send the revised language after wordsmithing it to the clerk's office for your review and subject approval. And that was based on the comments that were made in terms of trying to fit the timeline for the flow of information.
Somebody used the word wordsmith. It might not have been you.
I'm certain I would have said wordsmith,
Yeah.
but I believe the intent of the conversation, as I recall it, was that the two of you were going to work collaboratively to bring this back in November. And I heard from Don that it wasn't quite ready for board action in November. So he's asked me to reserve a spot in December for it. That's what I.
Yeah, and I'm wordsmith is a word that I use as well. So but the consensus of the board was that to send it over to you for approval since it had an impact on your flow of data.
Okay, so you want me to insert in there the motion. I'm sorry, what page of the packet was that on again?
74, sure. I just want the accuracy.
I type motions verbatim. So
No, well,
74.
Yep.
$74 in our today's packet.
yes, correct. But the middle of the page,
Okay, well, the motion was withdrawn.
yes. But the comment, Glenn will wordsmith the motion and bring it back in November. The full context of that was Glenn will wordsmith the language, revise the language and send it to your office for your review and subject discussion or approval.
Okay, but I think it was meant to come back in November, correct?
It was, but it's not
Okay.
it's not, I don't want it to reflect. I sent my stuff over. I have yet to receive a response. Well, that's not true. I did get a response that you were going to forward it over to Della to get her input on it as well, since it does affect the treasurer's report. But
Which I did do.
I'm sure you did. And so, but I've yet to get a response back. So.
Would it be best?
So you want it to say that because there was a motion, it wasn't your motion. So the motion is not incorrect. Your
Correct.
comment, you want to say, as you indicated, like the minutes to reflect that the motion was not to bring it back in November, which was that the motion?
I mean, we
That's
would.
not in the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you want it to say that you would send the revised language to the clerk's office for review.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
I can add that. And do you want to strike the bring it back in November or?
Well, I would have liked to have brought it back in November, but.
Okay, but that's not
that's-
incorrect, in other
that's-
words, so we don't. want-
That would be
Yeah.
fine to leave that in there.
Okay,
But
great.
Anything else, Don?
no, those were only two things that I.
My issue is on the October 11th meeting minutes. And it has to do with packet page 67 with respect to minutes and bills for approval. The minutes show that no minutes were posted to the website, and that's been struck. And it also, the minutes also reflect that bills were submitted to the board for their approval. They were not. Clerk Goss thinks that they're automatically part of the agenda. And I guess that can be for board determination, but there were no documents, either minutes posted to the website nor documents provided for bills of approval for the October agenda, nor were they requested to be added. So my request is to remove the strikeouts and remove the added language that is not a strikeout.
Well, my response to that, as the statute says, is that first of all, your new meeting deadline or packet deadline does not take into consideration what the law is as far as when minutes have to be provided. So if you've got minutes that you are saying have not been provided, but they're not even due yet, it doesn't matter. Also, other minutes, it doesn't matter that they're posted to the website. Quite frankly, we're not required to post our minutes to the website.
But you don't share them with board members when they're done. So that's the only place we can go to get
And
them.
I did send them out. I did send them out on 10/6, I believe it was. So I'm sure you are going to respond that you call that late, but the statute says that minutes have to be reviewed at the next meeting. So whether you have it on this agenda or not, they have to be reviewed at the next meeting. That is the board's only chance to correct minutes.
Then
Is
you
at the
should have
next
added
minute.
them when you had
They're
the
added.
opportunity.
When I sent my packet out, they're added.
We don't have two packets, Cheryl.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do, because your packet goes out way too early.
That's the board's packet.
That's the board's packet, and I put my packet out separately, and I'm not subject to your deadlines. My packet is not subject to your deadline, okay? So.
It's not my deadline. It's the board's
minutes.
deadline.
The minutes have to be put on here, whether you've seen them on the website or not, because they can only be reviewed at the next meeting. The bills for approval are the same thing. They need to be on here instead of this ridiculous comment, no documents provided by the clerk's office in time for publishing, in your time for publishing. Okay.
It
So
was a direction
excuse
of
me,
the board.
You don't like it when I interrupt you, so please
Well,
don't
I
interrupt
have to
me.
interrupt when
So
false statements
as
are
I
made.
started to say, the policy also says that all claims shall be audited at the next meeting. So you can always ask me what range of check numbers we're going to be
If
auditing
you
at
have
the next
something for
meeting.
the agenda, it's your responsibility to get it to me.
There's
Cheryl.
always going to be minutes and there's always going to be bills for approval. So
Then you
you
need to get
can,
them to me. I'm
then-
not going to go fishing for the information.
well, and I'm not asking you to go fishing for the information. You know what dates we had meetings on. Those all have to be on the agenda for the next meeting for the consent calendar. You also know that we're going to have bills for approval. And I'll be happy to send you the check numbers, but you want this stuff 14 days before the meeting. And so what is happening is you are cutting off bills for approval way too early for the next meeting. Okay, you're not having, you, and I've mentioned that the checks are in my office. Anybody can come down here, spend as much time. You can bring them out here, sit at the table, review the checks. We do checks, some type of checks every week. So we have checks every week that can be approved. It doesn't mean you have to wait until I send out the bills for approval document to review checks and formulate questions that you might have, which might be answered by looking at the checks and their supporting documentation. So there always has to be, and it
It's not
says,
the duty of the supervisor to do that.
yeah, it's the duty of you to know what's paid, and if you have questions about it, that is every board member's duty. Okay, to know what's paid and to, it does, the policy says all claims shall be audited at the next meeting. So this is going to stay the way it is. With these minutes put in here, this no minutes posted to the website, that doesn't mean anything. You could get the minutes and the bills for approval on the morning of the meeting. And some townships do that. And you still are responsible for reviewing those minutes and reviewing those claims. So
Incorrect.
you got them, I happen to know, what was it, 5 days or 6 days before this meeting in a packet that was only 36 pages long, and you had plenty of time to review them. So that's way earlier than the morning of the meeting. So I'm just telling you what the policy says and what the statute says about minutes.
So I get two questions. So when you say policy, are you talking about the policy and procedure manual again?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Well,
I'm not
I'm
gonna,
only talking about the policy and procedure manual with respect to the bills. The minutes, that's a statutory requirement.
thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
I'm still at a substantial disadvantage because I've been here since May and I yet to receive a policy and procedures manual that's been promised me. So that would still be nice to get. So I can't weigh in on that aspect of it. From what I think is a common sense approach, and I look at a hypothetical, if the supervisor puts the packet out, which the board has agreed that the supervisor is the one to do that, and I want to add something 3 days later or 4 days later, I may as well submit it to the supervisor, but there's not an expectation that is automatically going to go on the agenda. That is, I would think, I believe from a common sense approach that I would have to add that in the initial portion of the meeting where we talk about revising or setting the agenda, that I would then have to bring something to the table to the board to say, do you want to add this? Yes or no? And if they choose not to, then I would certainly have my work done to add it for the next month's packet. But I think from an efficiency standpoint, getting the packet out 10 days prior with the information, at least from my standpoint as the new guy, it's very, very helpful to get myself properly prepared to discuss these topics. Late additions, things being put on the desk, it's just there's just not enough time. So I don't know why that wouldn't apply to everyone on the board. There's an item later in this agenda talking about the PC. We're going to address their packet information, and I think that as the board and the overseer of all these commissions and committees, we should at least lead by example and try to follow a process that we would expect the rest of the people to emulate as well. So
In a perfect world, yes, that would always happen. The world is not perfect, and that doesn't always happen. You have made just responsive comments. You have brought a proposed change to section 4.5. So I know that you have section 4 of the admin PNP policy. I get it. You don't have it from me, and you will get it. Thankfully, now that my 3 back-to-back elections are over, I'm going to have some more time for other things. Anyways, so I believe you already have read and have available to you the section 4, I believe it's our financial administration policy that says all claims have to be, shall be audited at the next meeting. And so the difference between your comment about an agenda item that you want to bring and
Whose phone?
minutes and bills for approval is that minutes and bills for approval are standard items on the agenda. We're always going to have those. We're required to have those by statute and by policy. And so, we don't write that many checks here. There's not that many checks to review. So if you have it, or call me on the phone, to ask me about something. I mean, call me on my personal cell phone. I don't care if you call me on my cell phone after my business hours. If you have a question about something, I'll be happy to answer it. But better yet, I would think you would want to see the actual documentation rather than take my word for something. So,
That's the whole point about putting it in the packet.
and it's supposed to be in the packet. Your little editorial comments trying to make the clerk look bad. This wasn't provided by the time the packet was published is
A true
it's
statement?
kind of petty.
Is it a true statement?
Well, it's petty.
Is it
And
true?
you got it before
Honestly,
the
it's not
meeting.
helpful though, if this board wants to work conducively together.
Yeah, that's right.
There's
So-
other ways to go about it, Ron.
Who are we
That-
here
and
for?
we have spent 20 minutes on one motion for the consent calendar.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe we could move on?
And we're not
I don't have
here,
a lot of time today.
and we're not here for our little personal agendas. We're here to serve the public. So, let's do that.
I don't believe there is a supervisor agenda. I think there's only a clerk's agenda.
Can we call for a
Again,
vote?
those
Sure.
types of
Roll call
comments
when ready.
really are ridiculous.
Roll call when ready.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
Balmuth, absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Glenn,
No.
Goss, yes. I will make the one change to the minutes that Don requested, and they will be posted as approved.
Unfinished business number 1. Final approval of the Oosterhouse letter. I'll make a motion to approve the Fahey Schultz Roads letter to send certified mail. Return receipt requested dated October 21st, 2022 to Roland Oosterhouse.
I'll second.
Motion made, and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Balmuth is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Motion does not pass. Unfinished business number 2, proposed zoning ordinance number 83.
I'll make the motion to send the proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 83 back to the planning commission for additional work.
I'll second.
I had comments on this at the 9/21 meeting. However, we jumped over to the Amendment 84, I believe it was, and never did come back to Amendment 83. So is this an appropriate time to voice my comments on it?
I'd prefer that you just give it to us in writing. And then include them with this packet that's going to go back to the planning commission. I mean, your comments are going to be your comments.
Be given to the PC in writing?
No, be given to the board in writing. So I guess that
Well-
brings up a conversation that I'm kind of recalling from that meeting. We wanted the comments to be in writing to the board, so we could approve those comments going back to the PC. So the PC wasn't acting upon just one board member's responses. Does that sound familiar?
No. Heidi is now the PC rep. So I would think that we could filter anything through her and she takes it to that board for that commission. That's the way it's worked in the past. You want to change how the flow of information gets to the planning commission now?
No, I don't think that's what I said. I apologize.
That's what I heard, so.
Okay. I thought we had a conversation in the September meeting that rather than each board member send their comments to the PC, no matter how it gets there, through Heidi or through email. We didn't think that was right because maybe I wanted to delete a certain section that was important to the rest of the board. So how would the PC know the direction is coming from the board and not just one board member?
Well, I think the only way to know that is we have to discuss the proposed, what each person found fault with. So we have to discuss it here. I
So
don't see any other way around that.
why don't you supply that to the board for the next packet? And we'll just bring this item back in December, Cheryl.
Well, I suppose.
I mean, my comments are shown here.
And my comments are shown right in the text of the, I highlighted some things
Okay.
and made some comments in there. So I'm wondering why we can't discuss today everybody's comments. Mine aren't that many, quite frankly. Why we can't discuss today. I mean, we've had this on the agenda now several times.
Twice.
Well, it actually started out on the agenda in July and didn't get addressed. And then,
But that's because the PC wasn't ready. They didn't send it to us.
okay, well, whatever. It has been on the agenda more than once this, and I, to me, what does it matter whether we discuss it now or in December?
Because we have a lot on here and I have a short amount of time. I'd like to be able to get through the packet, and if this is going to take more time than just voting to send it to the PC, then.
So what is the board consensus?
Submit your questions.
Each board member? will
Each
submit
board
their
member
questions.
submit their questions, and we'll bring this back in December.
So we have a motion. Do we need to rescind that?
I'll rescind my motion.
Send the second. So each board member is going to provide their written comments to be included in the December packet. Is that correct?
So we can discuss.
That's what I heard. That's what,
And I'm just adding that to the consensus. There was board consensus that each board member will submit their questions for the December packet, and this agenda item will be brought back in December. Is that what I heard?
Okay, so you need this by when? Packet goes out 10 days before?
Yeah.
So the second, it goes out on the 2nd then of December.
Let me see. If the second is a Saturday, I try and get it out on that Friday.
It's a
So
Friday.
we have 2 weekends.
Yeah,
That's kind of the goal, right?
It's a Friday.
Okay, so if that's a Friday, that would be the day that I would send it out. And again, late submissions, like I told Pratt, if there is a late submission, I can hold it and not send it out until Saturday morning. Just communicate. It is a simple process. Does that bring us to unfinished business number 3?
Well, I'm not sure because there was the zoning ordinance amendment. Okay, and then there's Don's memo about the AP&P proposed change to 4.5.
Yeah,
Okay,
In-
I guess it's after that, there's a PC packet information memo.
so
And-
that was a mistake in the packet.
Okay,
Unfinished business number 4. I made a place saver because I didn't know when Rick would get me the information for the boat ramp.
right.
And I inadvertently named new business number 4 as unfinished business number 4 as the placeholder.
Okay, so starting on packet page 94, this should be new business number 4.
No, actually, if we look at new business number 3 first, that would be appropriate rather than skipping to new
Oh, I wasn't
business number
suggesting
4.
we skip anything.
So
I'm
then
just
let's
trying to
deal with
understand what this document,
Unfinished business number 3.
When I click on unfinished business number 3, I've got a memo from, or an
Don.
email from Don.
Yep. And he's just asking me to hold space because it,
Okay, so we don't really need that one.
no, it's just an update that Don indicated that it wouldn't, his business item wouldn't come back in November. He needs until December 13th and has asked me to hold a spot on that agenda for it. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
So didn't we cover that in the consent calendar conversation?
We did,
Okay.
we did,
So,
but I didn't know that was going to happen when I made the agenda up, right?
so this is going to be on the December agenda.
Right.
And the PC packet is repeated later, apparently.
Unfinished business number 4 is boat ramp expansion project,
Right.
not what is currently listed as PC stuff. So on unfinished business number 4, I will make a motion to send the professional service agreement, which was signed on 12/16 of 2019, to legal for termination.
Okay. So when I click on. Okay, there is no unfinished business number 4.
Unfinished business number 4 was posted on the website sometime on Friday, I believe. That's the first I saw of it.
So it's not in the packet.
It's not in the packet, no.
So why are we voting on something that's not in the packet? I don't, you know.
I get it.
There is no unfinished business number 4.
Okay,
There's a new business 4
yep,
packet deadline for the PC.
yep. And that's
Oh,
in the
there's a-
wrong spot.
There's an unfinished business item number 4, Whitewater Township Park Boat Launch Entryway Improvement Project.
That's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda, but it's not in the packet, Cheryl.
Yeah, I get it. No documents were provided. Right.
So, okay. I need to get to where you're at.
I think we need to have this, there's no memo, there's no provision of the professional services agreement in this packet. There's no reasoning or rationale for why this motion is being brought. And now we've had a motion sprung on us.
Well,
I
that's
don't-
interesting because review of the 10/24 video indicates that F&V is going to bring back several items, one of which you requested, and it was an amendment to the professional service agreement. And of course, that document was not provided, and Rick Stout did provide an explanation as to why it couldn't be provided. But more importantly, Rick also made a commitment that all of this information would be sent out to each board member. There was a big deal made about getting the information out well in advance of our 11:15 meeting to each board member, and that each board member had their email address posted on the website. I tried to follow up with both Andrew and Rick. Andrew said, no, there's no documents available or something to that effect. And that's when I sent an email out to all the board members indicating that there must be documents somewhere. And then you responded on Friday afternoon saying, oh, I apologize, they needed to be whatever.
Yeah, and I apologize. I think I have for not sending those out to the board. I think that F&V was going to try and get those to us by 11/1, and they didn't. But my point now is, and I think I suggested we could move this topic to the December agenda because people hadn't had enough time to review them. My comments now, though, go to this motion that was just made 3 or 4 minutes ago that's not in the packet and is apparently a last-minute motion with no supporting documentation and to go with it. And so why is that being brought at this time, and just questioning?
Sure. No,
You know.
that's a valid question. So in Rick's response to the reason he couldn't provide an amendment to the professional service agreement is that a person within his company required a resolution from the board asking for the amendment,
Sure, I saw that email.
right?
Yeah.
And so this is just another way to deal with it. The fact that one of our vendors says, you know, we really don't like the way you asked us to amend this agreement, so we're not going to amend it. No. They
Well-
work for us, and we've identified that we have a problem with how we complete projects. Not with any one person. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. This is a board issue that we really need to get our hands around. One of the things that we identified is that maybe if we have more than one person responsible to receive and disseminate the flow of information, it can be done on a, I'm going to say timely basis, but that does not reflect Friday's trends, what happened on Friday, right? If anybody's got a better idea on how to handle a large project with a board that has had several failures in a row, I'm willing to listen. And we decided that this 3-person committee might be one of those ways to do it. And we have a vendor that says, yeah, you know, that's not how we want to do it.
Well,
we've
it's
changed our
not up
mind.
to the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This board has changed things up on them
Yeah.
a couple of
So
different
many
times. Maybe
times.
what they're trying to do, Ron, is asking us to get on the same page by doing that.
It was
the
board
resolution.
consensus.
Yeah, so maybe that's their way of saying, get what you want together, make sure by you doing the resolution, that shows us this is what you are all thinking together, and then they can get us what we want.
Okay,
But because we've had meetings in the past where we've said we want this, this, or this, and then when they come back in front of us, now we've changed things again.
Yeah.
I understand their frustration.
well, okay, in addressing that frustration, there is no amendment process in the professional service agreement. There's only a termination process. And so if there isn't a way to amend it, I understand both sides of this, okay? So then we terminate it and then we rewrite it with whatever committee or representation that this board thinks will get us through a monster of a project.
Well, and quite frankly, it's not up to F and V to come up with this 3-person committee. That was up to the board. The board failed to do that at the last meeting.
That's incorrect.
So
We did.
who is on the
And-
committee?
And we didn't say who was on the committee, but that's not important. That's not F and V, as you pointed out, that's not F and V's responsibility. We simply wanted them to name that particular group, and we even provided a name.
I want to weigh in here on F and V and the fact, I agree, we did agree. We talked about outsourcing to a project manager, and then we came around to a 3-person subcommittee or team to network, to collectively be able to communicate and keep the dissemination of information. I have concerns with F and V, and they did not get alleviated at the 1024 meeting. And I'll raise the issue again. There were six decisions that needed to be made with board discussion, and F and V took it upon themselves to make those decisions unilaterally. Rick Stout, when asked who made those decisions, he stated he did. He owned up, he said that was him. And F and V is a vendor. They are not, board has had zero input on those decisions. Not sure what the outcome would be. Maybe it's the same, but there's no input from the board. There's no input from the board on dates that have just been included. They might be the right dates and reasonable, but again, there's more decisions that F and V as a vendor is making on the board's behalf, and we don't have the opportunity to weigh in. And that's just, I just find that incredulous. That's not their decision on those. There were options to be presented and discussed, and there were 6 of them: pre-bid conference, contract times, substitute and or equal items, basis of bid, opening a bid, evaluation of bids, and award of contract. I think those are all pretty significant decisions. And frankly, F&B operating unilaterally is distressing to me.
And I'm gonna say, yeah, they filled in some blanks as suggestions. It's the board that has to approve the project manual, i.e. the bid document, and that's what was supposed to happen at this meeting. And so we got that project manual later than what we wanted to. People haven't had enough time to review it. But that's why this was brought back at this meeting, was to review, for them to put the highlights back in of the things. I did not take it at all that F&B was trying to dictate to this board what those decisions are. They merely put suggestions in there, and the board was going to have every opportunity at this meeting to say, no, I think we ought to put a different date in there, or whatever the information was that needed to be inserted in there. That was what was supposed to happen at this meeting. And that's why this was on the agenda today. So we didn't get that. We didn't get that in time for everyone to review it. So I suggested we push it off till December. And now, but before that, we're hit with this out of the blue motion that was not in the packet. No documents were provided. We said a long time ago, when the board efficiencies, township board packet efficiencies were put into the policy and procedure manual, that we didn't want these last minute things that with no paperwork. Della has reminded us numerous times that Larry Lake wouldn't put something in the on the agenda with no paperwork and all that. So I think the board is trying to not surprise other board members, not surprise the public. But then we don't have this motion to send the professional services agreement signed 12/16/2019 to legal for termination. Where did that come from? I mean,
As explained, it came from a late submittal from Rick that.
so you get to put something in the agenda late, sprung on us during the meeting.
No, I'm sorry. Can you
No.
please read to me what unfinished business number 4 is of this agenda?
And I see
But
what
there's
it
no
is,
material in the
but there's
packet.
nothing in the packet related to this motion.
I have just
And,
two
and
I just.
so
have two
maybe we bring
things.
it back then.
Yeah, we need to bring it back because I don't have it in my packet.
Okay.
And if a board member plans to terminate a contract with a vendor that we've been working with for 2 years,
3 years,
3 years,
3.5.
sorry. I'd like prior notice of that other than at the meeting. I feel like it got
Yeah.
sprung on me.
Well,
You know,
it got
so-
sprung on all of us because we were expecting to have a PSA agreement amendment.
Right.
Please
So
refer to what the board consensus was on 10/24.
That doesn't,
And so.
that doesn't change, that there's nothing in our board packet. There's no I have no idea you were going to do this. I have no chance to review why you would want to do this. So I would personally like to not waste any more time in discussion on this. I would just like to bring it back in December with all the proper documentation.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Sure.
When we say bring this back, the entire project with the now that everybody has the updated project manual. And I guess we can bring this back. Yeah, I think we need to bring
I'm
this
still
back.
going to bring a termination letter back to,
Request.
sure, request so that we can move forward with this multi-person committee that we all agreed on 10/24.
I don't see that the two are exclusive from each other. I mean, I don't know why But I don't want to just, I'm
I
sorry, I
understand.
just don't want to discuss it
I'm good.
today.
I'm good. We're actually going to move this so far out that we won't be able to complete the project. That's what's happening.
Well, we've had
Terminating the
chances to
contract would do
complete it.
that too, right?
No, I would think we could get a new one written, but maybe not.
So just to make sure I understand, this is what I have down. There was board consensus that this agenda item, including the termination letter, will be moved to the December agenda. Is that accurate?
Yep. I was the only board member that responded to that consensus question. So Ardella, is that your understanding?
Yep.
Don?
Yes.
And Cheryl, is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Unfinished business number 5, broadband. Motion to discuss the proposed findings of fact.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. I spent way too much time on this particular business item.
What's your motion?
To discuss the findings of fact.
Are we going to vote on that?
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bellmuth is absent. Pop,
Yes. So there were a couple of items here that I felt were important for the board to discuss. One comes on packet page 112. And it is under applicable standards, which was section 5. And it has to do with prevailing wage.
So that's the section that starts on 111 and then rolls into 112.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep. So if you use the bookmarks, what you're looking for is section 5 in the bookmark applicable standards.
Yeah, got it.
And so one of the as the applicable standard indicates, we are supposed to consider prevailing wage contractors. And each contractor, both Tim, who is here in the audience, and 186 Network responded with, yep, we can accommodate that. But is that what the board really wants? Whatever contractor we choose to do. I have worked on prevailing wage jobs as a contractor. And 30 years ago, we didn't have the softwares available like they are today. That probably makes this accounting process much easier. But it was a real burden on the small employer then to work on prevailing wage jobs. Didn't stop us from bidding.
I'll be honest with you, Ron, when I'm looking at this this project of spending money on broadband and what company we're going to choose, prevailing wage is not high on my list of concerns. My list of concerns is more how many of our residents are going to be served with the money we're spending, and what are the best chances of which one completing it when it's supposed to be completed. Those are more along my lines of concern. This is not.
Okay. And those were, you can see each individual person's response or company's response to those very questions. But
I would like to add to
Yeah.
Ardella's comments. I agree with your position with the fact that the marketplace today has really helped earners. The competitive nature of the marketplace has helped offset. I understand the nobility behind prevailing wage and when that was enacted and what they were trying to, the intentions behind it. And I think that it's an aspiration. It's not a mandate. But in today's current labor market, I think that is supplanting and providing an increase to those workers. The point that Cheryl Ardella made that I couldn't agree more with is we want as many people to get served as possible. And well, again, I'm not against prevailing wage. I think the competitive market has offset that. And I believe that the labor out there is fairly compensated. So to stretch our dollars farther, it's not a deal breaker for me.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I would echo both of their comments. I agree totally. I don't think the prevailing wage is an issue. As Della said, I'm more concerned with how many people are going to actually get served. And the contractor, quite frankly, the contractor's commitment to Whitewater Township to do more than what they will be able to do with the Whitewater Township's ARPA money to get people served with broadband. It was an absolute fiasco during COVID for people to not have internet access for a multitude of reasons. We need to get as many people served with this as possible. If they don't pay a fair wage, they're not going to get workers. That's just the way it is anymore. It's an employees market. They can pretty much command what they want. Or you just won't have any.
And so then the other consideration, Ardella, that you and I have to be aware of is our reporting.
Yeah.
And the things that we have to be careful not to do not to do, like mixing of funds between federal and other funding programs. We can do that. Now, I know that Mr. Malone disagrees that there's a $10 million exemption, so we're not going to be audited. I don't believe that is true. I think you and I will still have to report how we spent this money.
And if we spend it on, you see, I have a little bit of a different viewpoint than you do on that. He's the one that has to report where he's spending the money that we spend on last mile.
You know, just like Daryl said, they will have to make sure that each project complies with their rules. Otherwise,
But he is correct on that under 10 million thing.
no.
Yeah, he
No.
is. He is correct.
No.
That's in the final ruling. That's the one we chose to go with.
10 million means we don't have to prove income loss,
Okay.
but it
But
does
it-
not mean we are exempt from reporting.
Oh, no, I didn't say we were exempt from
Okay.
reporting. But we chose a vendor. It does not have to be a vendor that does not have other financial things in the works.
Oh,
Ron.
totally agree. That's not what I'm
So-
saying. We have to ensure that our money
Stay separate.
stays separate and is not involved with any of the other programs like RDOF or Robin.
Well, but that's a reporting issue that a vendor supplies to us, showing us your money is going here and it's not going with RDOF or Robin.
Okay.
Correct? That is, that, I believe that would satisfy our reporting needs. He's not taking our money and grouping it in with the Robin or the RDOF money to complete these lines. This money is being spent on these lines. And I think Tim gave a pretty good map that showed what lines the money would be, you know, what roads the money would be spent on. And that, and I don't see a crossover of RDOF or Robin on those.
Tim is
Did I get
using
that?
our ARPA funds to reduce the amount of money each subscriber will have to pay. And so what happens if by 2026 or whenever we have to fully expend these funds, there's only one person that signs up? Now, obviously, that's
That's not gonna be. the
that's
case.
not going to happen. So then if we use that business model, that our ARPA funds, the township's ARPA funds are used to offset the installation cost, and there's only one install, then we have not expended our funds. And if we,
I think that's an.
it's not a question
extreme-
time. It's not a question time.
Yeah, but I think that's an extreme example. I can't.
Okay,
I
so
can't
then,
see that.
all right, so then just do this. Use, I think either $500 or $700 that Mr. Malone indicated would be part of the installation that a person would have to pay. And divide it by the 121,000 that we're, I guess, offering. I don't know how to say that. We're expected to spend.
Yeah.
You know, whatever that term is, and see how many customers that is. Just do it real quick. Take 121,000 and divide it by 500.
Well, the install 700. At 700 is 173 customers.
Okay. So we have to have 173 customers documented. And that seems like a realistic number.
That's not what I said in that proposal. Can I please, since you're voting me, can I please have the opportunity?
Board?
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
What that statement was, is because you're making an ARPA contribution, whether it's $1 or 100,000, we'll waive the $700 connection fee for everybody in Whitewater Township that we're going to service. The ARPA money is going to be allocated to building in those areas, the main line and bringing the fiber up to the home. Whether somebody subscribes or not is irrelevant. So what I was saying, by you making the commitment, which we need for Robin and Beads, that's what we're also bringing to the table. But that ARPA money is not being used because we waived it. The money is going to be used to build those areas I very specifically said would go for ARPA dollars, which are separate from RDOF. But I just, please don't misquote me on what the
Okay.
intent of that
Yeah,
was.
thank you for that clarification.
So then,
I actually see more value added now because our citizens are getting a waived. And the money's actually going towards structure to those areas that are either unserved or underserved. I see a double value added to that money.
Okay.
I mean, think about it, Ron. Instead of them, me or anybody else having to pay that $500 to $700 for the connectivity, that's waived. So that's value added, actually, when you think about it, times that by the 119 or 120.
they still have the
or whatever it is.
$500 fee. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know how we're going to document.
You just said it was waived.
700.
There's two fees,
Construction
Cheryl.
fee. There is a $500 adoption fee when somebody subscribes.
Okay,
We're trying to get the home connected, which is the purpose of ARPA. We can't force somebody to subscribe.
sure, that's true. But you are going to run the fiber and it's going to be
To
there and available in case they do.
which
Because
is-
of course, just like charter, we don't have to subscribe to charter if we
are,
don't want charter,
the other aspect is.
but
we
it's
are-
there.
We are an open access network, so the number of providers that they can choose from will be, you know, if 186 participates, if Eclipse participates, or any other provider, this is a wholesale model. So we're responsible for the transport, getting it to the home, and they can pick and choose the provider that uses that to get to them.
Right.
The provider has to make that choice to participate. That was laid out in that program.
So, how many homes does our ARPA money technically get to?
So-
I mean, I see your map, but
So Ron asked it to be limited to just that square.
Yep,
I mean,
yep. Because I wanted to create
so
just a service area where we could document these 90 people or how many ever are in
my
that.
commitment to Ron was, we're gonna do all of it. So if you want, from an accounting standpoint, all the dollars spent in that square to be allocated to ARPA, great. The rest of it's my private money, or it might be Robin's, or it might be Beads. Lots of money's coming this way, and we're
See-
well positioned to take advantage of it. But from an accounting standpoint, that ARPA money will only be spent on the intent of what the ARPA law. And we've done this in Roscommon County, we're doing this in Benzie County. We have a lot of experience in that county.
yeah, I understand. I think you misunderstood my question. 186 is saying, and I don't get their numbers because they repeat roads in their totals. They're saying they're gonna hit 158 homes. Maybe I got that wrong.
So-
When I looked at their documentation. I'm wondering, how many homes do you think, if everybody signed up? Because I know the roads you're running down, but if everybody signed up, how many houses do you think we'd be hitting?
We estimate that there's over 400 households, Whitewater Township, that are under the ARPA definition of unserved or underserved. And because much of the 477 data that we've examined is over-reported. 6.1 wireless is over-reported to what its capability. EDC rules.
But we cannot, again, I'm going to stop public interface here because we cannot take those items and consider the different programs. Ours is ARPA funding. And so our rules are this minimum service.
That's where
Right.
that ARPA money is gonna go.
That's-
100% of it will go to that.
I'm just looking out for you and I here, Ardella. I want to be able to say that John Smith at 2121 Somewhere Road is what Whitewater spent their money on. And so, I'm sorry, Don, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off,
no.
but let me finish the thought.
Sure.
On the exhibit map,
A. Yes.
no,
you're talking
no.
A map?
no,
Exhibit E 124?
Yes,
That's what I was going to
Exhibit
ask, Ron,
E.
if is that the one? map you're
Exhibit
referencing?
E.
Page
Both
124.
companies agree that just to service that yellow highlighted area of the township exceeds our $121,000. Exceeds it. Both companies have agreed to service that area, no matter what the cost is. But they will use our ARPA funds to do that little square. That's how insignificant our $121,000 is to
Ron?
this project.
Not insignificant because it sends a signal to the
I get it. I get it.
Ron, just for clarity, I know we're looking at the square there, but that yellow line bleeds down south.
Uh-huh.
So are we looking at really the number 9? Reflected as a number 9 versus just that square? Or is that yellow that bleeds down Broomhead not part of that?
Let me get back there for some reason.
I just,
Yeah. So,
See, the only problem I have with this exhibit E, this is where 186 concentrates only.
Yep.
no,
Well, according
nobody
to-
has,
According to the roads they listed, it is.
nobody has service in this area. Nobody currently. And in my findings of fact, I've documented that. And so no single company currently has customers in this area. It's a perfect area for the township to expand. Perfect.
Yeah. And
Ardella,
then
there's
when-
another, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Tom.
Ardella, there's another map there's another exhibit that 186 shows the service area.
Yeah, but they actually listed the roads they plan to work on, Don, and none of them is over here. It's all east, only east. And it's closest to where their line actually comes in at, where CCC has it running right down 72. So eventually, I mean, their maps show they're gonna be hitting this area too, with different funding.
I see your point.
So-
No, it doesn't show different funding, different cable size. So if you remember back, and likely I've caused this, right? Because I wanted to get just one area where we could remove all of the elements. The only company that services this area is apparently AT&T UVerse. And the two people that I spoke to are unhappy.
I don't even know what UFers are.
Well, it's a DSL connection.
Oh, so they have actually updated lines that'll handle DSL because Bunker Hill Road doesn't.
To my knowledge, Bunker Hill Road doesn't have telephone yet.
I know.
They just got electricity, as I
Yes,
recall.
That's happened.
Yeah.
We
So
were using coal before.
this is a perfect area that it doesn't favor any one person and allows you and I to report to the federal government, this is the area we spent our money. It does not limit CCC or 186 from going the other way, from going in other directions. Matter of fact, if you review 186 first proposal, they're going all the way to Island Lake.
When they get the money.
No,
They're
already
self-supporting.
there. They're already there. And that's evidenced by the school out there. But that is fixed point wireless is what that is. And I did confirm with their IT tech person that they have 50. You don't call it bilateral, do you? What's the technical term? 50 up. It's asynchronous. Asynchronous. They have 50. They have 50 up, 50 down, which still falls below the new plans. As Tim always wants to point out, and that is true, but for us, it's considered served.
Well, if I'm looking on Exhibit A, I see where CCC is applying for that square that you have, but they're also looking at Island Lake, down Bunker Hill. I'm not sure how far that Broomhead Road, that comes, what is that, Diagonal Road
Yeah.
that it hits? I mean, it looks like we're getting, if our money is being used in those targeted area, it looks like we're getting more from CCC than what we would be getting from 186 because they only targeted that area. And if I'm looking at their map here, if this map is any indication of what else is being built out through other funds, not ours, it looks to me like CCC has a broader plan for our whole township, not just the ARPA money we're going to be contributing. And I like that. I mean, they have more funds that they are working on with the Robin, with the RDOF. I like the fact that they are looking at our township as a whole and what can we do. I understand that 186 is a good company. I'm not saying they're not. I just think that for this township, we need to look at a bigger company that has more funding available and have already put that into the works.
Okay.
You know, and I haven't seen that. Did I miss it with 186?
Yeah, so the map that you're looking at, Exhibit A, packet page 114, indicates that there's ARPA, WWT ARPA money for the square out on, right? And then also indicates that there's ARPA money for Bunker Hill Road, which is where you live. Also indicates that there is ARPA money for Island Lake. I can tell you our $121,000 does not build those three sections. It might build just
Except for that square you identified. When we put this map up, I didn't know Ron only wanted us to do that square.
and
Most
it,
of it that's there is gonna be about $20.
and it's not what I wanted done. It's what we could prove for our reporting. I want the entire township covered. I don't want to pay for it, but
I want somebody that's gonna commit to doing what's on Exhibit A. I want somebody that has a plan to move forward with these and actually have the financing already working on the financing and in place, like the RDOF, I believe they already have. I don't know about Robin. Isn't Robin fairly new?
Robin's not out yet, it's out
Yeah.
in December, and that's what the
But-
public-private partnership with Whitewater Township, which is also I've asked. He's nice. He's big. Looks good.
Right. And I'm not seeing that with 186 because they are, you know,
because I asked him just to focus on where our money would be spent.
they.
So that was my fault.
What you've done is you've tried to make it easy for yourself and limited, and thereby limited apparently what 186 was going to provide. And it sounds like Tim has, went ahead and provided this map showing their other commitments. That's what I like about CCC. First of all, they're local to our township, and we have always tried to use local labor and vendors when possible. And I realize that 186 has some customers in our township. But they don't, their business entity isn't here. And like I say, this is just, looks to me, I think Tim has always, since the beginning of this, and remember, we had the resolution that was gonna give him, was it a third of the ARPA money or something like that, 90-some thousand or something like that, and then some board members saw fit to rescind that. I didn't agree with that. But Tim has continued to hang in there and really is showing us what their company's overall commitment is to Whitewater Township, which to me, it just speaks volumes about their organization and what they can do.
Well, I do appreciate Tim and the Exhibit A map, but I feel a little bit at a disadvantage here evaluating that as if the request was made of 186 and they provided limited information based on our request or a request. I would like to see their representative Exhibit A from 180, to use 186 as an example, to see what their further expansion plans are above and beyond just the area that, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I agree that we should concentrate our money so that we can keep the reporting and less chance of an error. But if 186 has a greater plan, then I think it's only fair to ask them to provide that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no one should have been restricted in what they provided. That wasn't a board decision to do that. And also, Tim, if I could just ask a question about this Exhibit A, down at the bottom, you have area A, B, C, D, but I don't see, unless I can't read it,
Sorry, what page is that,
Those-
Cheryl?
114 Exhibit A still.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see those areas delineated on the map.
So the map, which was the final proposal, which was referenced by Ron after the proposals were made, I was asked the question, could we limit to just that? So both vendors submitted their stuff before.
Mhm.
But in our updated information from the last meeting that you asked for, I supplied this.
The question was, where's area A on the map?
And that's
B, C, and D. too.
So it's not listed on this particular map.
not on the final proposal because the final contract was just for that square. So on the document for further information, page 3, I outlined A was the areas that are proposed build areas on a large project. D was areas that we don't have any information on yet that are southern corner, those homes we haven't had a chance to review,
Mhm.
but we'll get to them.
Mhm.
The idea is to serve everybody. So, those specifically showed where RDOF was on that. So it's the map in the previous document. I didn't put this in proposal because it was irrelevant.
Right.
With the final question from Ron.
Mhm.
We've tried to be very clear with documenting.
Right,
and
yeah.
referencing it.
Well, it sounds like we need that information too.
So what does the board want to do? You don't like the confined area that we can report succinctly on. So that's fine.
If
the
the
board-
reporting is more difficult on our end, but more of our citizens are served, I'd rather do that. I'd put the burden on us for the reporting issue and get more for our people. I'd rather do that. So, yeah, I understand what you were trying to do. because you're concerned about not reporting correctly and something coming back on us. I get
Yep.
that, but I don't believe that it should be sacrificed at how many people get connected.
And I don't think we are doing that. I think we are just merely calling out an area of service, but we're repeating
I
our
get it.
conversation.
Yep.
No. No. This is at the board level right now. So Don, you wanted to see some additional information.
Yeah, from 186, kind of,
does-
kind of what their service area is. Their anticipated. broader
So
plan.
you're kind of in alignment with Ardella, that we
well,
want to see
I-
an overall global expansion model.
Yeah, where I differ with Ardella, I don't mind focusing in on that square and saying that the township ARPA funds are to be used to develop that area. However, I would like to see what are their overall global the broader plans, as Tim has done with CCC. Because I think that is important. That goes back to what I do agree with Ardella. I think what is the greater plan? What is the better expansion? On somebody else's dollar.
So then Cheryl?
Well, and I have a problem with what Don just said about that we're gonna require that our ARPA monies be spent in that square. Where is that fair to the rest of the township that is unserved and underserved? I am not gonna defend to the taxpayers that we took, the biggest thing they wanted was broadband. I can't defend to the taxpayers, well, we took all of the ARPA money that the township got and we spent it in this little square, just because you wanna have it easy, your reporting requirements easy. I just don't think that
So-
is
I'm not sure that
kosher.
it's gonna be really difficult if we have the list of where the money was actually spent, the actual home list of the homes that are down the roads, the parcel numbers. I'm not seeing a problem with the reporting around whether it's in this square or it's this square plus this road, plus this road, plus this road. As long as we document where the monies went, that's all they are requiring us to do.
Totally agree, but we don't have any of that mechanism in place.
Well, that would have to be a requirement with whoever we went with, that they would supply that documentation to us.
So-
That's an absolute must.
So then back to Cheryl's point. We get the 10 people served or 70 people served, whatever that number was, 71. But then I'm number 72, so I don't get any of the funds spent on me. I'm not going to defend something like that. You can turn it around, in other words, Cheryl. And so I think we have to look at this as a global pot of money to which we are going to contribute X number of dollars to. We say that this is where our money is going to be spent because we can report it and we can document it. We have a map, we have all the addresses, we have a commitment from each vendor to do that. Now, if you would like to go address by address, I certainly can understand that. And that's another way of reporting to do it. Yep, totally agree.
It makes it black and white.
So does this map.
Not really, because that map doesn't necessarily tell me how many homes are served. That's
Well,
what I'm looking for. How many homes are being served? How many homes is this line going by that
And-
has the potential to hook up to it? That's what I want to know.
and so if you read the packet,
I did. Please don't say things like that.
well, it says 36 residences are served by that square, by that yellow line, 36.
36. That's nothing to brag about.
And that's as far as our $121,000 doesn't even cover that. It was a commitment from both vendors to supplement with their private funds that section. I don't care if we take that section or if we move it to Bunker Hill. I don't care. I really don't. I don't, I just want a way that we can document the reporting. Ardella, if you want to come up with a process that makes the vendor, whoever we select, responsible to tell you what address was serviced by township funds, I'm fine with that.
I don't know, because people have the option to hook up, right?
They do. Yep.
So I don't know if we want to know if that hooked up. We want to know if it ran by an actual resident that has a potential to hook up. Because that's the service we're actually providing. Here's the line. It's your choice to hook up. But if we can't go by parcel because there's vacant land that's different parcels. If there's an actual home there, that's what I want to calculate it by at this time, not potential. Do you know what I'm saying?
And that's exactly what's there on Exhibit E. And so if you don't like that process, I'm in agreement to come up with something different. I'm not going to come up with it though. If you want to devise an accounting plan, please have at it. I spent an inordinate amount of time trying to come up with something that we can easily report. And I know you take offense to that, Cheryl, but we have to be able to document where we spend our money.
And I think the work, the pre-work that you have done here is excellent. I think we just need one extra step or one extra layer, we should say. And that has to be provided by whatever vendor is chosen. They have to give us this road, this many homes. And quite honestly, I can use the assessing program if I have a list of roads that'll tell me all the parcels on there and how many is there. I can use the
So
assessing program.
you had that opportunity then with Exhibit E.
But
Did you do it?
no, I did not, because I didn't know we were getting to this point. So I
So come
can
up
do
with-
that as a layer of how, for we're reporting, we absolutely can use that as a checkpoint to make sure that we're getting everything that they're reporting to us.
Come up with a specification of what you want to see or how to complete it. And then maybe how we do this is just send out an RFP. I mean, I hate to start over again.
Why would we? They've basically given us the RFP.
That's what this is.
But by asking them to stay within the one thing, and I know why you did it and you had the best intentions. I think we've kind of misled at least one vendor
Okay.
on what we're looking for. So to Don's viewpoint of giving them a chance to give us what is your broader picture, what are your future plans for Whitewater Township is only fair. So probably bringing this back in December would give them enough time. And we can make a decision.
Sure.
I have a further question for Tim on Exhibit A. So the map that we have, Tim, for Exhibit A, page 114 of the packet, there's 3 areas that are labeled ARPA build WWT. So are those areas, if you're awarded this roughly $121,000 in Whitewater Township ARPA money, is that money going to be spent in those 3 areas?
Whitewater Township, as I understood, will not use more ARPA money for those areas. We will use our own private money for those areas. We were suggesting that these ones that based on the new rules were eligible for ARPA.
I see,
I
okay.
understood from the supervisor that it's just a square, which is fine. I mean, that's a great reporting, limited, but we made the further commitment to do the entirety.
But to be clear, the $121,000 will not cover all 3 of those areas.
That's what I was asking Tim.
Never again. We've said the total project is 1.2 million.
Right, yeah.
We've indicated that, but that's, again, it's just like this, Well, we've got an application in front of the Grand Traverse County Commissioners.
Yeah.
It's more for Whitewater Township, actually 6 townships. That was the reason for a decision made here in November as we go for review to say we have township support. But so that's where that money really has a value, not hooking up the customers. We're gonna hook up the customers anyway.
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's just in our build process. This money.
And as a result of the prior resolution where your company was awarded, I believe, 1/3 of the ARPA monies, and then there was a newsletter article about that, and you had, how many people did you have contact you about,
I think at last count.
right, that they want fiber to their home? Yeah. So I think it's clear they're gonna hook up quite a few people. The interest is there but I think that the map that Tim showed me when I asked about the ABCD areas that aren't on this map, I think if they wish to, I believe that because there was this limitation put on both of these vendors, I believe that they should both be able to submit new information if they wish to.
Okay, so what precisely from the board do you want from the vendors?
What they intend to do for Whitewater Township with broadband.
And I would also,
And how, what they intend to do with the townships, 121,000 approximately.
can we agree that the 121 is spent in the square?
My only concern about that is
I mean,
justifying
if
that
the
to
only
the
reason we're doing
taxpayers.
that is for reporting is, I don't think that should be a requirement, Ron. Honestly, I don't.
Okay, so then
I mean,
you're
I've
gonna,
got a note here that I'm going to come up with using the assessing program to map out these particular roads, the square, everything that's highlighted in pink here that's not already covered with other funds. And if I can get that to, I mean, I got taxes and a newsletter coming up here, but if I can get this information, and I'm gonna ask Dawn, because she's very apt at using that program. If I can get that information, there's no reason we couldn't supply that information to both vendors and ask them, how many of these is gonna benefit from our money? What do you think?
So you're counting the houses and those. So if
Houses.
just so I'm just, and I'm probably regurgitating what you said, but just so I'm clear, what you're suggesting on the Exhibit A map, and we'll just use that. I know that's the CCC map at this point.
Just a broader map.
Yeah, so those pink lines, there's the 3 sections where they're designated as ARPA build WWT.
Correct.
Then you would do the count on those to see how many available homes would fall within that, site-specific addresses. And, okay,
One more layer, possibly not. If they could tell us within that, those homes listed, which ones have service type thing. Because they've talked about this on here, who's got service, who doesn't, what type of service, you put that in your report. Maybe they could give us some idea on that too. I mean, these areas are supposed to be either unserved or underserved, but if charter's running by them, they're served. Do you know what I'm saying? I heard a noise. But that's what I'm proposing,
Mhm.
that we provide to the vendors to see what they can tell us. Here's an area, here's area according to this map, including the square, where we've identified either underserved or unserved completely. What's wrong with asking them if we provide them with the information, which is going to help us during reporting also? how much of our money is going to go to hooking these areas up?
Yeah, sure.
I have another question. So one thing I don't understand is with the Island Lake. Apparently 186 already has some customers down there in the
Mhm.
Island Lake. So, but not all. They've just got a little bit in there, or what is the
Not
status? Or do
broadband though,
they?
right?
That's what
Um,
I'm.
Okay, so we're gonna get way, way far technical here. So we have to be concerned with one definition of un or underserved, okay? That doesn't include Robin, it doesn't include beads, it does include RDOF. We can't spend money where RDOF is already expanding, okay? That's it. So currently, under our rules, Island Lake is serviced by a fixed point wireless system provided by a different vendor. That wireless system is going to be outdated under Robin. That's Tim's point. That's how he's getting 400 and some customers in the township that are underserved. That's not the number we can look at for our funds. Okay, the number is under that. Your point about charter running by a specific address. Yep, absolutely. Charter services, all of Deal Road, some of Vinton, some of Williamsburg Road, which is called out on Exhibit A too. So
It's
we're
RDOF bill.
repeating those services there.
But
Okay,
that's RDOF built, that's not.
I get, well, in
That's
this
what this says,
particular
I think.
case, the one ARPA build WWT that covers the square. See the square? It also covers that portion of Deal Road. That's not Deal. That
Broomhead?
is.
Down at the bottom.
Boy, that's, I'm not sure what road that is, quite frankly. That's got to be Deal, because that's Truax Lake over there. It's got to be Deal. And so, yeah, I mean, this gets really so confusing and in a hurry. So I understand everybody's comments about we want to share this funding in an equitable manner. I get that. You know, if that's what the board wants to decide, good. Our focus is to spend this ARPA funding. That's our focus. And whether it serves one person or 110 people, we already know that the square highlighted in Exhibit E exceeds the 121,000. We already know that by both vendors.
But if one vendor says it exceeds it in this square, so we're gonna have to spend our own money to finish that, and we're committing to that, but no place else. And the other vendor says, yeah, it exceeds what we've got here, but we're gonna commit our own money and we're gonna commit to these other areas. The added value is that particular vendor.
And I understand that. And that's where I went wrong by trying to just, you know, kind of focus in, drill down on what our responsibility is for the funding. I get that point. And, you know, quite frankly, I was so deep into the reporting process, I lost sight of that. And so,
And
what-
hence the request that I had, that
Yeah.
186
what
should
you-
have the same opportunity to prove out that, to show that build out. Ardell, I agree with you on,
and
we
the
should see
only
what the
thing,
greater plan is.
the only thing I would think about adding to that request is a time frame. So, yep, our future plans over the next light year is all of this build out. And then I got a question that statement from each vendor, because we all know what supply line does. You know, we've heard 100 excuses of why something doesn't get done when we thought it would get done. And so we have to at least include that in our discussion.
And didn't Tim say, I don't know how many meetings ago, and even before the first resolution was passed, that they will segregate Whitewater Township's ARPA funds into a separate account, and they will report to us exactly what they used those funds on. There's your reporting. And with them knowing what Whitewater Township wants those funds spent on, then that should be a simple reporting to the federal government based on what they have said. They can show exactly what they spent that money on because it's in a segregated account. Was that not said, Tim, a long time ago?
We separate all of our government.
Yeah. Right. I just don't see if they're going to do that. Well, quite frankly, I think any vendor we pick should be required to do that as a condition of getting Whitewater Township's ARPA funds, that
Okay.
they show that.
So then I want you to be specific with what details you want in that report. If you don't like the map as outlined in Exhibit E, and you don't like the 36 addresses that is going to serve, now mind you, that is not going to each individual house. That is merely running the trunk line by 36 residents.
I get
Okay.
it.
Then I want you to come up with a plan for these vendors and how they have to report, what they have to report. Here, it's
That-
easy for the vendor to look at that map and say, yep, we're going to go those 4 miles or whatever it is. I didn't do a
Mhm.
distance calculation, and that exceeds your 121,000.
And the reporting requirement that they should have should follow what the reporting requirement, I mean, where is this, where can we see what this report is going to ask?
That's part of what I did here.
Okay.
And so you
but-
are welcome to go through the entire audit process. We
No.
already filled one out.
No, I'm not going to go through that. I'm
Okay.
just saying, the requirement, isn't there somewhere that this, that the report, the actual report itself that you have to fill out has questions on it, has categories of information that have to be reported. So what specifically are those categories of information? Let's see a printout of that report so that we can relay to the vendor, the successful vendor, well, to all vendors. This is what we have to know, because so far I haven't heard exactly that, but we don't want to get too detailed here. But what is it that exact information is going to be requested of the township so that we make sure we get that exact information from the vendor related to our funds? Because every other agency that has to report is going to be filling out the same paperwork. So they're all going to need that information. And so whatever that information is, has to be tailored to what is the information that is asked for in the report. I don't know what's asked for in the report, but that's the information that we need from the vendor so that we can fill out the report. It shouldn't be that big a deal to fill out the report if you have that information that's been provided from the vendor.
If you start reading on packet page 109 and finish on, I don't know, 118 or so, those
Yeah, I already
five
read that.
items, those 5 items that I created the findings of fact for are my best estimate of what Ardella and I are going to have to report on. With the exception that if we cannot certify, if we're audited, we need to be able to certify we did not spend our funds in an area that was dedicated with another funding source. And to be clear, the only other funding source we have to concern ourselves with for this decision is RDOF. All the other ones that Tim speaks about came after. Okay, so we're not being held responsible to comply with those rules too. Although it would be nice, we're not held accountable to my knowledge. And so those 5 items is the best direction I can come up with that provides guidance to our reporting process, with the exception of making sure we didn't cross RDOF lines. And Tim's made it very clear where RDOF is in Exhibit A. Very clear.
And so 2, your number 2 on page 109, identify areas of the township receiving other broadband funding sources. That's not up to Tim to tell us that. That's up to us to get that information.
But it's in Exhibit A. Tim did give us that.
I get it. He did give us that. But what I'm saying is he isn't necessarily required to give us that. He's only,
I'm required to give it to you because I'm not allowed to spend your money.
Y-
I'm fine.
okay. Well,
You probably have.
to prove to us, for your proving to us that you're not spending the money in that area, he has supplied it to us. But that is also something that could be independently verified, right? Okay, so he's chosen to supply that to us. What?
It is. Yeah,
Sure,
it is.
and that's exactly what I mean. It's public information that can be gotten
And that's
not necessarily through Tim or
and
the
that's what
people
we
who
did
own
here.
186.
So on Exhibit E.
What page?
Well,
I'm on 110 right now.
24.
just use your bookmark. These people were contacted, not everybody there. And I think I labeled the people that I called. Some were on Broomhead, some were on Hirsch, so on and so forth. The only service they have available is, some of them have available to them AT&T Uverse, which does not qualify as being, it qualifies as being underserved in the rules that we have to comply with. And so there's no question that this area is underserved. The Island Lake area, okay, with that WISP thing down there, under our rules, they are served. So we can't consider spending ARPA funds there, or shouldn't.
I think 186, their original plan, if I remember, before the square, they were heading to Island Lake.
Yeah.
That was their goal
Yeah.
with the ARPA money.
Yeah, they're, like I say, they're already there with their WISP.
Right.
But then, that's another reason why I like Exhibit E is neither company is there. We are truly getting,
So I think, Ron, when it comes to the reporting, because that is a concern. And to answer your question, Cheryl, sometimes they don't. It should be out there by now. I would think it's out there because people are reporting what they're spending money on. But with their reporting program, it's not as easy just to go in and print those forms. It's all fill out online, save it, come back to it, kind of thing.
and the questions aren't really specific that says, okay, where did this nickel go? Is that a fair statement, Ardella?
Yeah, yes, it is, Ron. And I think because I have been in other things, I need to get back in and take a look at what's going on in there and refresh my memory about those forms, because it's been a while since I looked at them, since the last reporting I did, which was back in October of last year.
Right.
So it's been a year since
April.
I've looked at
April,
those.
wasn't it?
I don't
I
remember.
think it was April.
This year's been bad. Anyway, I would feel good about going in there and taking a look at it. But I think with what the research you've done, with what we're asking the vendors to give us and the maps that's already been provided, I think the township is going to be fairly covered if we ever get audited. I can't see them auditing our little township for, the under 300,000, and we're going to be spending, this pittance amount on broadband. I can't ever see us being audited, quite honestly. We're not a big fish. But covering ourselves with documentation is what you do. So we'll make sure we document everything and we get what we need from the vendors. And maybe we do that extra layer like I want with the assessing. It draws maps out, it tells us how many homes, and it gives us the parcel numbers listed right there. Down each road that's going to be serviced. That's
So-
accountability. Sorry, Ron.
No, so we would like to have a map that shows each vendor's total commitment in the township. Right?
Yes.
And what do you think about a time frame? Clearly, we have to spend our money by 2026, right?
Yeah.
So,
The sooner the better, because I know that probably with CCC 186 has probably got other things in the works too. And they use other people's commitments to be able to write these grants to get that other money.
no, that isn't what I meant.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The sooner we get our choices done, the
Oh,
better
yes.
for both vendors.
Totally. But in this global commitment, wouldn't we want to have an idea of when that global commitment would be completed? Right? So will it take 5 years to do this map that you're saying is going to be done, or will it take 5 months?
That, somebody brought that up, getting a timeline commitment or a completion commitment for the map submitted, because that, to Ardella's point, that is, what's the value added, how not only getting it done, or not where it's getting done, but how soon it'll get done.
But how can we require them any vendor I agree with them requiring the vendor to give us a time frame for when our ARPA money is going to be expended. But when you start talking about their private investment, lots of things could affect when they make that private investment. So how can you, are you gonna I guess suppose they can, you can ask for a timeline, but if they don't meet it for their private investment, there's,
So maybe the,
Nothing we can
anything that's
do.
a private investment, they give us what their estimated is, but with,
Yeah.
with the ones where we're spending the money, we'd like more of a definitive.
We can
Timeline.
easily accomplish that goal with a bond requirement.
well, for our money.
No, for the entire project. I mean, Tim said it's a 1.2 billion or $1 million project. So you just bond for, 1.2 million.
But we don't have, that would be true if we were giving them the 1.2 million, but we're not.
But you asked,
So,
how could
Right.
we basically put an enforcement clause? I think is what you were looking to do. If somebody didn't complete their job on time, what recourse would we have? Well, a bond.
for our ARPA money, not for,
No, your question was the total commitment, Cheryl.
no, you said, what's their
No,
time frame
No,
to
I
get
didn't
this
say it. You
done?
said it. You said, how can we dictate private investment deadlines? And the
And my
answer
answer
is
to
through a
that-
bond.
And my answer to that is we can't dictate private investment
Yeah, you can.
deadlines.
So this is what,
No, I don't agree with that at all.
maybe I'm wrong here, but
So
could we recap then what it is we're looking for from these vendors? Like the map that CCC provided to us, we would like the global for Whitewater Township from 186. Right, Don?
Yes.
And then Cheryl brought up timelines for the different phases. We're particularly interested in our monies phase. And reporting. These are the things I wrote down. How is the reporting from the vendor to us? What are they going to supply us? Needs to align with what is requested from the reporting that we have to do. Did I get this right? Is that the three main things that we need to go back to like 186 with and CCC and ask them for?
I'm fine with all of it. But I think as
I mean, if I missed something, I mean.
for the
'cause-
reporting side of things, I think you have to come up with a specification of what you want. We can't leave it up to them to fill out our report.
Oh, no, I'm
And
not,
so
I'm not
you
saying
and I
that.
are responsible to do that. And so, like you say, I came up with those 5 points through a process of the MTA,
Yep,
through a process of the federal guidance of the new rules that were released in April of 2022 or something like that. Correct?
That was the
Excuse
treasury,
me if
that was
I'm-
the treasury ones, right?
Yeah, the treasury.
That was April.
So I read those documents and there's, the treasury, I think was 400 plus pages long. There's a lot of things I could have missed. And, I tried to condense it to 5 items. 400 pages to 5 items.
and I think you probably
I
did
think we
more
got
than most
close.
townships are doing.
I think
Quite
we got
honestly.
close. Well, we are supposed to do this. What
Mhm.
other people do makes no difference to me. And so I think we got close, and I certainly was way too deep to see that global commitment that you and Don brought up, way too deep in it. Yep. And so I totally agree with that. And if you want something for specific reporting, in other words, you don't like the project or the example exhibit E map, if you don't like that, then let's tell each vendor what we want them to report. If like you say, it's by the address or by the parcel number, I'm good, right?
And I guess we don't know if that is a requirement on the reporting.
what I've condensed out of this is that we have a responsibility to show we didn't spend our funds in an area that had other funding. And the context of that again, once again, is ARPA. The robin, the beads, everything else came after the April final rules that we have to comply with. So maybe it's as simple as each vendor saying, okay, we're not going to use township funds along Williamsburg Road. It looks like that is going to be Wheeler Oaks and Wheeler Pines.
Gets
And-
ARPA funds.
Well, RDOF funds, Diagonal Road. And Supply Road, right? So
Yep.
maybe that's how we ask them to report to us, Ardella. I believe Tim has done a really good job with Exhibit A and told us where RDOF funds that he's received will be spent. And so long as we can document our spending is not in that area, and we kind of go through bullet points 1 through 5, I think we're golden
Yep.
on the report side.
So we're looking for a similar map from 186. That's, I mean, because this is Tim's CCC's commitment.
Yep.
Not 186. 186 might have something different going on.
And I don't know if this is a commitment map or if it's a demonstration map of the various funding opportunities that are out there. So I'm very cautious. We'll let each company submit their global map, right? So Tim might submit a different map.
Let's call it the Whitewater Township commitment map, because we're not global.
Well, okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to commit that this was your private commitment, right?
I say on exhibit 1, I say right there, CCC will fund all of it. We've already.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify.
Hold on. We need to get you to a microphone. And so that way folks out in Zoom land can hear. But I don't know that we have any interaction yet at this time. I just want to make sure that the board understands this map that we're reviewing on page 114 may not necessarily be your global commitment to the township. Because it is labeled proposed build overlaid, unserved and underserved by color. Yep. Is the contract in?
CCC will fund the remaining. Within my contract, I sent you. But I mean, you can go through steps, don't you know?
Is that the one Tim labeled public-private partnership agreement?
Yeah, I'm not going down that agreement rabbit hole. I'm sorry. I'm out.
I just wanted to
I'm
know the
not.
title of the document he was referring to, that's all.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm not going to sign on to all those other programs. and then attempt to report to it. I'm just not going to do that.
I think we're to the point where we should decide where we're going from here.
Yeah.
Well, then all I want
Don't
is,
you? I think we've really talked about a lot of this.
that's fine. I just want a list to send to each vendor that complies with whatever the board wants to see as a final proposal. And then we'll get that out to them, and that's the information we have.
And I think what I want to see is I want to see what.
Write it
their-
down, write it down. I'm not taking notes on this. I want things in writing.
I will, I'm gonna email you.
Okay,
Yeah. And
So-
so as I was saying, we've already said we want to see their map of their complete commitment to Whitewater Township, where they intend to spend the ARPA money, and how they will report the spending of the ARPA money.
and so any specifications on the report? Or can we just agree to say that we spent ARPA money on what? What specification do you want in the report? There's got to be some specification, or we could just say, okay, yeah, we spent the money within the township.
Well, and that's why I wanted to know what the report actually, the details that the report actually calls out that are required to be answered, because I think that the company needs to know that so that they can tailor their reporting to the information that we need. But we don't have, and you say that your findings of fact is kind of a general outline of that. So
Ardello,
I'm gonna go
Would you
online
be-
and take a look and see what they are asking for specifically. And that's what I will send to you in an email.
would you be comfortable if we just included in the reporting process a statement that says no township ARPA funds would be spent in an area that has RDOF funding already committed to it?
Yeah, I don't see that as a problem.
I think that's the only hill we have to climb there in the reporting process. And that comes from, like I say, about page 400, 425
Then
of the
just a
final
statement
rules.
from the vendor saying that exact same thing.
Yep,
And then their actual accounting that they're going to give us will verify that no monies was spent in ARDA areas. Because the reporting that they're going to give us is going to show us where the money was spent. That's part of their reporting process.
so when you say
So-
that, I have so many different thoughts run through my head. Are you saying the report that we're going to get details that 11 couplings were purchased and 500 feet of glass was purchased with 25 feet of conduit?
I don't
7
know the
vaults?
details of their reporting, but they are required through their reporting. They receive ARPA money, so they are required to report where they spent the money also. That report that they're going to be sending should be provided to us, which is just another layer of where our money was spent, along with a map showing the proposed roads or the roads that are going to be touched by this ARPA money. And a statement within our contract saying none of our money is going to be spent in ARPA road or RDOF roads. That should cover us. I would think that would more than cover us on reporting. But again, I want to take a look at what their questions are in there. so that I know for sure this is gonna cover us. But I would think that would cover us.
So I'm keying in on a word that you're using, and it's where. Whereas I was keying in on what they purchased, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe if we do limit it to the confines of where it's going to be spent.
Because I don't care what bolts and nuts and
Right.
glass
I don't
wires
either.
they use. I care what road they ran it down.
Right.
Yeah, the materials are relevant. The final location is what, final destination is what is the trigger for me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's my main thing too.
Okay. So you're gonna get me a list of everybody's concerns. You're gonna review final rules,
That's what I'm doing.
okay? And any thoughts on when you'll have it back to me? Or do you just wanna, do you wanna send it out to each vendor?
Did just tell you, right, that I have a newsletter and taxes to get out by the 1st of December? I did just tell you that, right? And that my deputy is going on vacation.
It's up to you. I'm not gonna leave you high and dry because I sunk a lot of time into this.
Yeah. I would prefer to put together, everybody put our stuff together and send it to you. And you send it out to the vendors.
Okay.
You be the key point. You've already done all this other work.
Okay.
I mean, that's my opinion. Straw poll.
I'm fine with that. Cheryl?
I'm fine with that.
Don?
Fine.
So then December really is right around the corner for us.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
gotta
'cause
hurry up.
this meeting is a week late compared to our normal, right? So do we bring this
It's
back in
still 4
January?
weeks away though, I think.
Do we bring it back in January? Or do you want to try for December?
It, I don't know how much work we're putting on the vendor with this new list of items we need. I don't know, because 186 is not here. We can't really ask him how much it's going to take to put that map together. I would love to see it come back in December so we can get
Maybe
this.
just with everything you have to do, Della, I mean, we should plan on January because you've got a really tight schedule for the next 2 weeks.
And I've got Board of Review coming up.
So you want to do January then?
It's up to the board. I'm just thinking that.
I mean, 186 is not here. And they're probably going to have questions. And Tim may have questions as he goes forward. I think if we rush this, we're going to be, I think we're going to leave open-ended too many spots. I think January is prudent. That's one board member's opinion.
And we also have a board member who's not here too. so.
Okay, so we make sure that they have this information
Yep.
so that they have plenty of time.
And whatever I send out to the vendor, I'll send to all board members. And Della, you're gonna get me the list. Actually, all board members are gonna provide a list to me, right?
Yep.
Well, my list is what Della wrote down. I won't be sending a separate list.
Okay. And what did you think last item? Can I get a board consensus on the findings of fact that those are what we should use in making our decision? Is anybody opposed to any one of the five? You want to wait until January to make that
Yeah,
decision?
whatever will come up with the finding of fact, we will no doubt be attaching that to our paperwork.
Exactly, and that's why I think, we should have either board, no less than board consensus on the findings of fact.
Well, I think this one thing here about, I think pretty much everybody agreed that this prevailing wage thing doesn't need to be in there.
Yeah, so I would update that and say that the board discussed it on this date, and it was not in the top 5 concerns.
I would agree.
Fair statement?
Yes, yes.
And so the vendors are free to pay whatever they would normally pay. And I believe that we've then committed, or we've completed our commitment to at least discuss it.
Yep.
So I will update the findings of fact in that matter. And we can review them again in January. Good?
Yep.
Good here.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Unfinished business number 6. Packet page 153, there is a mistake in motion number 3. Barring that, I'll make
Thank you.
motion number 1, motion to approve proposed general ordinance number 63, parking ordinance as amended.
How has it been amended? We haven't amended it today.
So I wrote this preemptively, just in case there's some amendment to it.
But there hasn't been, so I don't think that should be included because that infers that it's been amended somehow, and I haven't heard any amendments yet, but.
So just strike that out.
Well, as proposed. As written, Let's use that.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pat,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Falmouth is absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Motion number 2, motion requesting the supervisor to make and distribute hard copies of general ordinance number 63 to board, PC, and ZBA members, and to provide Word document of the same to the clerk's office for filing.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Goss, yes, Belmuth is absent. Can I ask a question? I copied and pasted motions out of the board packet, and there was a motion about the resolution. Motion to add Bags Road to even numbered side of the road Lakeside and Lakeside Trail, even number side of the road Lakeside to resolution 2218 as a no parking zone. Is that a motion that's going to be undertaken here, or is that? I don't remember what we did with this motion, with resolution 2218 previously, if anything. It is in the packet.
You know, I guess on that fine point, I thought we adopted the resolution, so no motion, no additional motion was made. But now that I'm actually being questioned on the item, did we adopt the resolution or did we wait for public hearing? That's a great question.
Because I believe the last time this was on the agenda, that we really didn't, although I'd have to be reminded what meeting that was because we have so many meetings. I asked, before it went too far, I asked why it hadn't been set for public
Right.
hearing.
Yeah, no,
And
I
then
agree.
This happened. So I don't believe that that resolution has been adopted. I was wondering why it wasn't in the packet because there was this motion in there. I mean, could that be brought back next month so we have the resolution in front of us?
Sure. So
Any idea when that meeting took place? That we
I thought it
did
was just last month.
11th.
Yeah, October 11, I
Let
thought.
me just look real quick. 1 second.
And that meeting had a bunch of things that got moved to, what was it, the 17th?
And the
something like-
24th and the
Right.
30th.
Let's see here.
So I just made a note, bring back resolution 2218. If we re-adopt it.
Well, if you find it was already adopted, then I guess we don't need to bring it back.
Well,
But
I'm not going to chase it down.
that's
Isn't,
just a matter of looking in the minutes. but-
isn't the wasn't the resolution included in the public hearing?
No. You wouldn't have a resolution, you wouldn't have a public hearing on a resolution.
No, but I thought it was included in the public hearing documents.
I might have missed it.
And maybe I didn't. put it
my
in.
notes are resolution 22-18 at public hearing.
Okay, I have it in the minutes right here, the minutes of 10:11. You made the motion.
Who's
and
you?
then-
Me?
You did.
Okay.
Seconded by Glenn. And then resolution 2218 will be moved to the 11:15 agenda. The motion and second were rescinded, so it has not been adopted.
Okay. So,
So we need to get that paperwork done.
well, if it's in the public hearing document, why can't we just vote on it now? And it is. It's on packet page 14. Let's just get it done.
Yeah, it is in there. Yeah. So then that motion needs to be And really what it is motion to adopt resolution 2018. You've already got those roads listed in there.
We still need a motion to adopt the ordinance and then the resolution.
But we already did that.
Yep. So this would be an additional resolution as I see it.
Well, a resolution is a
I'm
separate
sorry,
document.
no. This would be an additional motion to adopt the resolution.
Yeah, and that was that motion that was in here. Your motion is to add Baggs Road even numbered, well, the one you placed in the packet. Motion to add Baggs Road even number side of the road, Lakeside and Lakeside Trail.
page
even
are
number
you on?
side. I'm reading out of what I copied and pasted. I copied and pasted the motions into my.
Then what page is that on?
Well, I don't know. You brought the motion, so.
But you're the one reading. Jesus.
No, I get it, but this is your agenda item, Ron, not mine. I don't know what page of the packet it's on. I'll look.
My motion is to approve the general ordinance 63. It doesn't say anything about roads or road names.
Well, let me find it here then, because there was a motion in this packet.
You sure it wasn't the motion from the previous month?
Well, okay, so where I got it from is page 6. That you put in it's a 9/26 memo that's in our packet, page 6.
Yep, that's from
Motion
the,
number 2.
that's from the original meeting.
I get it, but you put this back in here. That also has the motion to approve the general ordinance number 63. You say as amended, but we changed that. So, and what I just told you is that this was never adopted.
My motions are coming from packet page 153.
Okay, so you're saying you don't want to adopt resolution 2018?
Cheryl.
That's all I'm trying to get at.
Continue to be difficult, if you will.
I'm
We've
not
already
being
made
difficult.
motion 1 adopting general ordinance 63. It's already been voted on.
Yeah, I agree.
And all I'm trying to say is we can adopt resolution 2218 by adding motion number 4 to our agenda.
And where is motion number 4?
Oh, Jesus.
You directed me to page
Well, could we do motion number 3
153?
first?
Yep, that's right, Ardella.
And then if you have another motion, could you just,
I think we could.
There isn't a motion number 4 on page 153.
there's not, he's gonna create one.
Right, okay, good.
Is it really happening? Motion 3 seeks a board member to provide verification segment.
What's the motion?
And so this motion appointing a person to be inserted, person's name to be inserted to verify general ordinance 63 parking ordinance has been fully processed according to the above. And specifically, that means that the supervisor has made the copies, distributed it to each of those board members. And actually, it'll probably be to the chair of each of those bodies. And that the supervisor has provided the clerk's office with a Word document for filing and future retrieval.
I'll second that and I'll volunteer to put my name in there.
So just to be nasty, I was going to volunteer Heidi Vollmuth to do it. But if you're willing to step up, that's fine, Don.
So the motion was amended with the addition.
No, the motion was not amended. The motion appointing Don Glenn.
Who's making this motion? Please state the motion again because I'm unsure what the motion is.
Motion appointing Don Glenn to TO verify General Ordinance 63 parking ordinance has been fully processed according to motion 2.
I second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Muth is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Would like to make another resolution adopting, I'm sorry, I would like to make another motion adopting resolution 2218 as presented in this packet.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Muth is absent. Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
All right. I think that concludes us on that business item. Is that correct, board?
Yes, I would agree.
Cheryl?
yeah.
Okay. Unfinished business number 7, clerk added update on moratorium. What do you have for us?
No, I'm asking for an update on the
I
moratorium.
have no update.
Well, then I guess we don't have Heidi here to tell us what is the planning commission working on? Does anyone know what the planning commission's working on relative to the moratorium? And also, what have they been directed to work on? Because that has not gone through this board. Is there an agreement that the planning commission is supposed to be working on something with respect to the moratorium? Or is the moratorium just going to be out there and no one's doing anything to, because remember, it was you three, you, Heidi, Don, and Ron, who voted for the moratorium. I still have not had articulated exactly why the moratorium was put in place and what it is that has to happen in order for the moratorium to be lifted. You can't just have a permanent moratorium on things.
Is there a
So-
permanent moratorium in place, board?
So,
Not that I'm aware of.
okay, so are you telling me you're just gonna let the moratorium run out? Or are you gonna be renewing the moratorium? And in either of those instances, what is it that has to happen in your opinions, because you're the one who voted for the moratorium, for you to lift the moratorium?
Have you read the planning commission meeting minutes, Cheryl?
I'm asking this board what they
I have nothing to report.
know.
Don, do you have anything? to
I have
report?
nothing reported. So I don't-
Heidi, are you on Zoom?
Heidi can't participate. It's illegal for her to participate on Zoom in this
But she
meeting.
could give a report as.
No,
as
she
a
can't.
Professional consultant.
No, she cannot. She
Really?
cannot participate. She is on the planning commission as a member of the
Oh,
board.
I see your point. Yeah,
And
that's
she-
probably right. Yep.
Yeah, she
Okay.
cannot participate in this meeting.
So I
That's
guess
against
there's,
the law.
I guess there's no update.
So, no, and I guess I'm not quite finished yet. So when the board puts a moratorium on, they should have directed the planning commission to do something. What has any board member directed the planning commission to do with respect to the moratorium? Have you directed the planning commission in any way, Ron, with respect to the moratorium?
I've not.
How about you, Don?
I've not.
My direction came from zoning administrator and legal. And I think you got the same direction.
I did.
And your direction came from, are you telling me then that you're expecting the zoning administrator and the township attorney to tell the PC what they need to work on?
Here you go, manufacturing things again. Nope.
I'm asking for clarification.
I said what I said. I received input from zoning administrator and legal that a moratorium was preferred. And that's what got installed, Cheryl. Good.
Well, I don't think that answers any of the questions, but
There,
I don't understand why members of the board who voted for the moratorium can't articulate what they need to see from the planning commission, the zoning administrator, the attorney, anybody. I don't understand why the members of the board who voted for the moratorium can't articulate what they need to be provided with that will satisfy them that the moratorium can be lifted.
and I can't understand why a board member who makes decision for a township doesn't understand what's happening at the planning commission, either by reading the minutes,
Well, all I
reviewing the
know is,
videotape, or attending the meetings.
and
So,
it's in the
we
minutes.
can't help
Speaking of
Those
time,
people who don't help themselves.
speaking of,
Although we can certainly try and do that,
and
it is definitely not within the board purview to do that for individual members.
well, and you'll recall that I believe it's in the minutes, our township board minutes, that Kim Mangus was making a report for the planning commission at our September regular meeting and asked the board, what is it you want us to work on? And so the planning commission chair was asking at that time what the board wants them to work on with respect to the moratorium. There was no reply to the planning commission chair.
I have nothing further to add to
And-
this conversation. Does any other board member?
And
I believe in their meeting minutes, Kim did say that we have not given them direction.
that's right.
That was her comment, and if you look at the planning commission meeting minutes, so maybe it is something that we should explore.
And that was from September, so it's old information. Since that time, well, laugh all you want, Cheryl.
I will,
Yeah.
thanks. Ridiculous
Since that time,
statements.
we've hired a professional to help the planning commission. And since that time, again, if board members would take the time to read,
I think I just demonstrated that I did read.
you did, yep. But you're not the one asking the questions. That the site condominium is currently at attorney looking for review. So I'm sorry that you're unaware of the happenings in the township, Cheryl.
Well, no, I'm not unaware of what's happening in the
All right.
township. I'm
Whatever.
simply reiterating that once again, we have two board members today who cannot specifically articulate what article, what ordinance, article, or section needs to have revision. And also, yes, I do understand we have a planning person involved now. And I guess I need to ask that specific question. what direction have you, Ron, or you, Don, and I'll ask Heidi separately, what direction have you given the planner with respect to what he should be working on, if anything, regarding the issues that you three have that brought you to place a moratorium on certain types of developments in the township? Have you directed the planner with respect to the moratorium at all, or any article, ordinance, or section that needs to be revised in any way relative to the moratorium?
I have not. Have you?
I haven't spoken to the planner. No, I haven't. Except to inquire about his bill, that he had a date wrong on his bill. And if I could fix that, so we could go ahead and get him paid. So, okay, very good. Thank you for the update.
New business number 1.
Do you mind if we take a 5-minute break? I need to use the facilities.
No, that's fine. And do you just want to bow out now? Because I mean,
It's 12:20.
that's up to you.
How much do you think we can get done by 1 o'clock?
I would think that these are, I would hope, relatively uncontested items. I would hope. I think we can get it done in 15 minutes.
I can't wait 15 minutes. For
That's
my
fine.
bathroom
No,
break.
so
Yeah,
let's take a bathroom break.
exactly.
Let's
If you
take
don't
10
mind.
minutes, 12:30. Is that good with everybody?
Works for me.
Huh?
Yeah.
Cheryl?
Sure.
Oh, that smells good. Is that, I was going to say fig. That's the first thing I've smelt in a month. I don't know. Some things aren't worth smelling.
We were in agreement, Cheryl. With your 5 big cups. Cups. You got a big cup. Lois found this one. Well, we need to order cups, so we can order big cups. Get all your Christmas lights up before the snow.
Christmas lights?
Yeah, I didn't either.
I like to make things difficult.
Since I'm not the one on the ladder, I don't really care, but
Future board member.
my son is the one that climbs up on all those things.
Just need to find him a house in the township. Yep, we're being recorded.
I think when I muted it at one point, there was a lot of chat about having shut it off.
See, wasn't that cool? I see their number and the station number or whatever that is. Then you put their name at the bottom.
Yeah, if you're gonna spell it correctly, but yeah.
Should just put Bennett there, huh?
Spelling is not a requirement. Come on. That's why we have spell checker.
Personalized items, I don't know.
Guys, it was an example. Don't you think this would be a cool idea?
Especially
Get
the,
away with that, she doesn't shoot me.
especially the misspelled part.
Peyton went with her dad today. Wow. Adam went for the first time. He sat with me when he was 12. Be hot chocolate. That's not good luck. Gotta have hot chocolate. It keeps you warm so that you can pay attention to if they're coming in.
I would think if it's luring them in.
Oh. Okay. If I leave here by 1:30, I should be able to.
We'll
make
get
it.
you out of here.
Get those millages put in right away.
Saves funding.
Just remember. Sign from there. Took a different position, so I don't. He's gonna do, she's the one that always verifies the databases. I don't know how long it's gonna take, is my, I think, I wanna get it in as quickly as possible.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Did it.
Oh, so I need to look at it.
You'll like what I did.
Okay,
It's blank.
are we using pictographs now? on paper. That's excellent.
I see it's 12:30, so is everybody ready to reconvene?
I am,
I am.
Cheryl?
Yeah.
All right. Being 12:30, we'll reconvene with new business number 1, PC request for ordinance update. I'll make a motion requesting the planning commission to submit a red line clean copy of entire Article 25 as amended for board approval and filing with the clerk's office.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Cheryl, just to be clear, you don't have a Word version of Article 25, correct? That
I don't
can
have a
be-
Word version of any of the zoning ordinance because that was not maintained by the clerk's office prior to my tenure here.
And so this is a prudent request in your opinion, right? You should have a file copy so you can provide it for future reference. Would you agree?
Well, it depends on who you're planning to have update the zoning ordinance. So what was taking place when I took office is that I keep the book of zoning ordinance amendments by amendment, but the actual zoning ordinance, the entirety of the zoning ordinance document in Word was being maintained by the zoning administrator planner at the time, Leslie Myers. And so that the entire zoning ordinance in Word was on that computer when she left. And of course, then you brought up the crashing of that computer, but it's my understanding from something you said a few meetings ago that the entire Word copy of the zoning ordinance as it existed at that time is still on that computer. So, you know, there's the working.
You don't have the question is, you don't have a Word copy of it.
I said no.
Okay. And the second question
Of any of
is,
it.
I would think you should have a Word copy of it so it can be kept in your office. Yes or no?
And I am not going to answer that in a yes or no manner because the board needs to decide who is going to maintain the working copies of the zoning ordinance. I am
That's
not going to
That's
be.
not part of this motion, Cheryl. It's just that you have a copy of the Word file. That's it.
And what would I need that for?
Well, I assume at some point in time, somebody might come to you and say, hey, we need to update this ordinance for whatever reason. Can we have a copy of what you know to be adopted by the board? And then you can hand out that copy.
And why would they not get that from the person who's maintaining the zoning ordinance?
the thing is
The-
we don't have a particular person assigned to maintain these type of documents.
And I want to make it
We have a
clear.
person that's assigned to keep the record keeping of the documents, but not to maintain them.
Correct.
We're two different things, and I
Yep.
think that's Cheryl's point.
And,
That is my
and this
point.
is not pushing any of the requirement onto her. Matter of fact, motion 2 says that I will do it and supply her with the Word copy. All I want to know is that she thinks she should have a Word copy. If not, fine. We won't
Can-
give her a word copy.
This is motion number 2. I get what you're saying there. I think what we're looking at here is a broader issue, and it has been brought up in the past, and it's not for today's discussion. I know that. But maybe it's time we start looking at like an office administrator that takes care of our commissions, our boards, the website, postings of those type of things, all these things that seems to be getting lost. And it gets lost every time there's a change of board personnel. It happens. So maybe it's time we look at having an office administrator of some kind that's responsible for records.
Well, it's the clerk's office to be responsible for records. What I don't want to get roped into, and I see this as a step in that direction, it is not the clerk's job to keep the zoning ordinance up to date. So that what I'm going to call the working copy that's out here, that's on the website, it's not my job to do that. I just keep the zoning ordinance by amendments as they're adopted by amendment numbers, and I keep the book of ordinances for the general ordinances that has the paper copy of all the general ordinances. So I just want to make sure, because remember, we hired Municode to codify our general and zoning ordinances. And they came back with everything typed up. I agree that Article 25, because Ron has pretty much said, well, we're not going to have anything to do with Municode because they screwed up. There's some articles that are, quote, unusable in the zoning ordinance. So what are those articles? Article 25 is one of them, and I actually started verifying Article 25 way back earlier this year before I got busy with 3 elections. And I actually sent a communication to our contact with Municode and said, this stuff is missing. Can you find out where it is? And she promised it to me by a certain time, and because I wanted it by February something, I believe, and it didn't come back. But the whole issue, we have a contract with Municode to maintain our
Point
ordinance.
of order.
Because this is a larger issue than what we're talking about here. And so, no, I'm not going to be the one who's going to update the working copy of the most up-to-date copy. That is not in the clerk's, that's not my department. And so, no, I don't need a copy of the word copy. I only need whatever amendments are made. We recently had an amendment to Article 25. I published it. It's all filed in here with the notice of adoption and all that good stuff. And so my job related to Article 25 is over.
Okay.
Unless there becomes a new amendment, which has to go through the zoning ordinance amendment process. Kim Mangus had sent me an email saying the article needs to be updated, and I did reply to her, and I said, that's something that either the zoning administrator, the planner, or the attorney or Municode needs to do. We don't need to hire an office administrator to do that. We've got 4 different choices of who can keep the zoning ordinance up to date and make sure that the most current version is available to the people who use the zoning ordinance and to the public. We have people that can do that. No one has been assigned to do that.
And my point was, Cheryl, is those people change.
Well, they
If-
do.
if
Well,
you-
clerks change too.
There's just a
We
lot
all
of things. There's just a lot of things that we seem to fall between the cracks because we don't have a central person handling them. If Kim handles a lot of stuff for the planning commission, this is just an example. If Kim doesn't get reappointed or she quits, now you're right back to who's putting together their board packets. Same thing for the ZBA. if you have a centralized person that handles those type of things, and it's a specific office, then if that person leaves, it's still that specific office you hire for that office. And they do that work. That's, it's something we've kicked around in the past. I think it's time we look at it again, because we do have a change of personnel and then it falls through the cracks. Like Cheryl said, when Leslie Myers was here, she was a zoning administrator, planner, she held 2 titles. And she updated all the zoning ordinances and it was on her computer.
And brought all the amendments.
She brought all the amendments. She updated all the, just like what you're saying here with motion number 2, where you're taking it on Ron. She did all that. She did all the posting to the website. She did all that. So maybe the solution is you hire a zoning administrator planner, somebody with both certifications, and have them fill that position as a full-time position. Just my thoughts. We're just going to keep coming back to this. If we don't do
really, if you take a look at the big picture, what motion 1 does is it puts the requesting body responsible. So the requesting body has a secretary, has a chair. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, when does the secretary really do anything for that
Well,
plan commission?
then maybe we should change that. And so this is a attempt for a short-term fix to a long-term problem. It mandates somebody be responsible to do it. I'm stepping forward to do it. And then it also seeks a board member to verify it's been done. So everybody here knows that the process has been completed. And so those 2 people, myself being one, are raising their hand to be the responsible party. Now, if we come to budget time and we can find money to bring on another position, I think that's worth discussion.
So are we on motion
the-
1?
Yeah.
1. Yeah,
Motion
and I'll
1.
amend my motion. So motion requesting planning commission to submit a red line clean copy of the
Hold on just a second, because I have to write this down. Motion requesting planning commission to
submit a red line clean copy of entire Article 25 as amended for board approval.
And that's the crux right there. Who's going to do that?
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Can I do have some discussion. I mean, I believe that prior to the submission of Article 25, that amendment we did recently on Article 25, Kim Mangus in an email declined to attempt even to type the entirety of Article 25. And for fear, that she might make some mistakes or something like that, which could happen to anybody. But, and it would be quite, Article 25 is lengthy and it would be quite cumbersome. I don't know if she still works a full-time job or not. Who on the planning commission, you say, who on the planning commission would take this on? I mean,
To my knowledge, all of those articles in Word format that was on the zoning computer have been forwarded to the planning commission. We've got this whole, I'm not going to share what I know thing going on with everybody in the township. And so while people want to make a big deal about what they're doing, the word file, to my knowledge, exists.
For Article 25.
Of Article 25. And the amendment exists in Word. We know that.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody can't figure out how to cut and paste in Word, then maybe it's time to change. Maybe we've got the wrong people doing the wrong things.
I think I just said that.
And that's exactly what you just said, Ardella. Now, I'm going to steal something from somebody, and I don't even remember where I heard it. But we've been steering this freighter in this direction for a really long time. We're not going to be able to correct overnight. And so, Ardella, you mentioned some steps that are reasonable. I think these are reasonable steps to rope this in. Cheryl, what you said is reasonable. I don't think we should expect the clerk's office to be maintaining all of the documents. I think we have a reasonable expectation that your office is the repository of those documents. And so why you wouldn't want a Word file for perpetuity's sake, I don't know.
Well, then if you want that in the clerk's office, and I don't mind having it, but why only Article 25? The whole zoning ordinance
Because
should be
that's-
on Word in the clerk's office, and it never has been in my 10 years here.
And I think that's one of those things we should change. But we're not adopting new articles all at once. They're coming to us one at a time. And so this would be a process that we would begin to think about internal controls as the document reads. And this is maybe one way we can wrangle this monster in. So.
You know, when the Planning Commission first started making zoning ordinance amendments in 2017, because they did not do that, any of that during my tenure here in 13, 14, 15, or 16, they were working on the master plan. So in 2017, with the board that was elected in 2012 is the first that any zoning ordinance amendments were made. I, not too awful long ago, supplied all of the zoning ordinance amendments that have been made since that time in Word to all members of the Planning Commission. And some of those are complete articles that were amended by the Planning Commission. So there's some that are already, you know, in Word. And just to say further that, just one last thing as a kind of a little piece of advice, I guess, or whatever, we don't want the zoning ordinance in Word in one document. It needs to be article by article so that it's a much more, you can always PDF those and combine them into one document. But here again, the Municode thing was something that we've already paid money on that. We're still under contract with them to do that. And they should be the ones. That was why we did this. This situation right here is why we went to the recodification, to get all the general ordinances and the with all the historical footnotes of when this was amended and when that was amended, so that you could cross-reference everything. And that was the beauty of going with this Municode. We interviewed two others as well, but the board chose Municode. And then they are the ones, they're always there. They're gonna, somebody from their organization is always going to be assigned to maintain our ordinances. I forget if it was on their website or our website, or there was a link on our website to their website or something. But anyways, everything at everyone's fingertips all the time. And that, it's very sad to me that that process has not been completed because that is the answer to, yes, do you have to pay for it? Yes, but you have consistency. And it's all there right at anyone's fingertips when everything is codified and available to the public, to everyone who works here, who needs to use those documents.
I believe the motion requesting planning commission to submit a red line clean copy of entire Article 25 as amended for board approval is on the table.
And I had seconded that.
Roll call when ready.
Valmuth is absent. Goss? No. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes,
Pop?
Yes. I'll make motion 2 requesting the supervisor to make and distribute hard copies of Article 25 of the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance to the board, PC, ZBA members, and to update the website version of the zoning ordinance.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Are we doing to what we did similar when you say to the PC, are we saying to the PC chair, the ZBA chair, and then they can distribute it to their members?
Yeah, I think that's how it would go. I can't really see me driving to everybody.
Right.
So I could attend a meeting. If that was the board direction, I could attend a meeting and personally hand it to each.
Well, I mean, if the PC chair or the ZBA chair aren't responsible enough to give copies to their members, then I think we've got the wrong person there. So should we stipulate that in the motion? The zoning office to the board, and I think each member should have it. And then PC chair and ZBA chair.
yeah, because the motion just says members, that tells me you're going to give it to all of them, each individually, not to the chair.
That's how I interpret it. That's why I asked. Yeah,
Okay.
you're spot on, Ardell.
And is this going to be the red line copy, clean copy that's listed in motion 1, or is this after it's been voted on? What are you
Valid
going
question.
to hand
What
out?
I see here is the one that the board approves would then be updated. Because what I hear is that they have several versions, and that is what's happening. Several versions, but we really don't know which one is certified. And that's Kim's word, certified. I'm going to say duly adopted. And so this makes me responsible, and any board member can volunteer to do this, but it makes a board member responsible to get the duly approved document in these people's hands. And I do like the suggestion that we distribute it to the chairperson and allow them to distribute it to their members. So I'm in tune to amending my motion if you have some words that you would like to modify there.
As a suggestion, where we pick up of the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance to board, PC chair and ZBA chair. for their distribution to their members. To their respective members. I think you would need to amend your. Do we need to rescind and amend, or we?
I'll amend my motion to read according to Don's submittal. Cheryl, what do you have recorded?
Well, the original motion,
No, Don's amended motion.
oh, he suggested to amend the motion, starting with two board, PC chair and ZBA chair for their distribution to their respective members.
And so is that the entire motion?
You asked me for Don's part. That's not the entire motion. He suggested an amendment to your motion, starting with after the words Whitewater Township zoning ordinance, which is what I just read. And then I assume he didn't mean to leave out and to update the website version of the zoning ordinance, correct, Don?
I
Which
did
was
not.
part of the original
I did
motion.
not.
Right.
Yes. Thank you for that catch.
Okay, so the motion is requesting the supervisor to make and distribute hard copies of Article 25 of the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance to board, PC chair, and ZBA chair for their distribution to their respective members, and to update the website version of the zoning ordinance.
Motion made.
Seconded.
Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss? No. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Valmuth is absent.
I'll make motion number 3. Motion appointing Don Glenn to verify amendment 84 has been fully processed according to motion number 2.
I'll second.
Motion made.
I'm
and seconded.
sorry. Has been fully processed according to what now?
Motion 2.
Did you second that, Don?
Yes.
Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Goss? No. Valmuth is absent. Bennett?
Yes.
New business number 2, PrAC is requesting a date change of their meeting. Similar 3 motions here. Motion requesting the PrAC to submit a red line clean copy of the documents detailed above for board approval and filing in the clerk's office.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Hasn't that been submitted? Isn't it in the packet?
Roll call when ready. Not a Word copy, no.
It doesn't say a Word copy.
Well, red line clean copy. Roll call when ready.
Baummuth is absent. Fennec,
Yes,
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no.
Don, maybe you would make motion number 2 with the appropriate changes you made last time?
Sure, sure. Motion requesting the supervisor to make and distribute hard copies of documents detailed above for distribution to the board, PC chair, crack chair, and ZBA chair for their distribution to their respective members and to update the website homepage and calendar.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Well, I'm sorry, I was still finishing the motion there and the second. Of documents detailed above. Those kinds of motions don't say a lot to the person reading the minutes because those other documents aren't in the minutes. So just pointing that out.
I know it's not, we're already done with motion 1, but if you want it in Word, make sure that you put that.
Sure. Yeah, that's the intent here, is that we have a modifiable copy that's on file with the clerk. So the next time the question comes up, all you need to do is contact the clerk's office for a Word copy and it can easily be modified.
But the request that we're sending to Prac, they need to know you want it
Yes.
in Word is all I meant.
Yes, yep, duly noted.
And then if it's going to be distributed to, why don't we just distribute the Word copies to all of these people instead of hard copies? And then they all have the hard copy. They all have the Word copy.
So
The only problem with that, Cheryl, is what happens if they start making changes and then 2 years from now, 3 years from now, well, this is the one. So it's probably best not to do that to the copies being handed out. Or we're gonna end up with the same problem with, well, they've got 3 different versions now.
and not everybody has Word. And, we've got thrown under the bus quite a few times at the Planning Commission because we haven't given the members a hard copy of the zoning ordinance and, all these different documents. And I understand. I live in a digital world, so I want my stuff electronic, but not everybody feels that way. A new revelation for me. So hard copy, and if they want it electronic, they can get it.
But to be clear, if they're not making the changes, they need PDF electronic.
Agreed. Yeah, I totally support what you said.
And then also to go along with all of that is that these documents, they need to be dated. When I get them, they need to have a date on them so that we know when that document, what the version is of that document, it's as of that date. So that when it comes time to give everybody a copy, boom, there's the latest date. And I would think you would only keep the latest date. So I don't know how often these things are gonna get modified and stuff like that, but
I think I called for a vote when ready, but I'm not sure. If not, roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Falmouth is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
I'll make a motion appointing Heidi Volmuth to verify that Proc's request for meeting date changes has been fully processed according to motion number 2.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
discussion.
hold on just a second. I want to make sure I have this motion. Glenn, Don, did you second that?
I did, Cheryl.
Okay, so it was a motion appointing Heidi Balmuth to verify Prax's request for meeting date change has been fully processed according to the above.
Discussion.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to vote no on that because I don't think you should volunteer anybody that's not here to say yes. I don't think you should do that, really.
And I understand. I mean, I'm trying not to overload Don, quite honestly. Would you like to verify that I did what I said I was going to do?
And how exactly do you go about verifying that?
Well, I mean,
If I'm gonna do something, I wanna know what it is I'm supposed to.
yeah, I'm gonna send you a letter of completion that, I sent it here, I sent it there, and this is what I provided, when and where.
And then I verify with her.
I suppose you could. I mean, if you didn't believe what I said in an email or something like that. I mean, I think this is gonna be simple, right? I think that Don's gonna make a call to Cheryl and say, Cheryl, did Ron give you this copy? Yep, okay.
And then I would probably just shoot an email or a phone call to Kim. Hey, did you get your copies to distribute to your, did you get your copy of this back from Ron? And please distribute it to all your members. That would just be a simple phone call or email just to verify that to close the circle.
I wanna say yes, but I don't know the amount of time I've got right now.
Okay.
How long is it gonna be before you do this? Well, you gotta get the red line back first.
Right. Don, would you accept another one?
I'll do it.
So I amend my motion from Heidi to Don.
Sorry, Don.
And then I think it goes without saying that the people who are doing the verifying are keeping those records. We don't need them filed in the clerk's office.
That's not what I'm planning on doing. When they're verified, I will bring to either in the consent calendar or an item, and I will put it in as part of a packet. and
Okay.
That is verified and it can stay there.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Yep.
Call
So
for a vote.
I think we have a motion 3.
Mhm.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no, Balmuth is absent. Pop,
Yes. Business number 3. Motion to have the clerk place the following statement on the Whitewater Township website homepage. Short-term rental of a residential dwelling for a period of less than 30 days is not currently allowed in Whitewater Township. Although not allowed within a residential dwelling, short-term rentals may be permitted in certain zoning districts as bed and breakfast, hotels and motels, campgrounds, and other similar uses. And to have the supervisor create a written document to the board verifying the completion date of this task.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have a couple comments. Who wrote the proposed language?
I think as I indicated in my document, it is a direct borrow or ripoff from Garfield Township. Word for word.
And I guess I need to, what is the rationale for placing that on there? We don't have a, you mentioned they have a frequently asked questions page. We don't have that.
And that's
So-
why I recommended we put it on the homepage. Because Bob is continually telling us that he gets phone calls and more phone calls about short-term rentals.
Sure.
And so it's
Popular.
strictly to relieve him of those duties as much as possible. I've heard from 2 of my neighbors that, oh, well, the zoning ordinance didn't say we couldn't. Well, it's because zoning ordinances don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know how much traffic y'all think the website gets. It does not get a ton of traffic, actually. I don't think a lot of people are gonna look for it there. I don't think they would think to look for it there. Maybe if it was on the zoning administrator's page or something like that, they might look for it there because thinking, well, I'm gonna call him or email him, what's his contact information. The other thing is, I know, Ron, that you have full access to the website now. And,
I do?
well, we paid for it.
Nope,
Well, we
not
paid
not
for it.
as of yesterday.
You asked for it and.
No, I have not made that request yet.
Well, I'm pretty sure we've been billed for that. So I don't know
Well,
about
I don't
what your
know.
conversation is between you and Jim Sundberg, but you
I've
did
not
ask for
even-
that.
Yes, I've asked the board for that, but Jim hasn't returned the results for the video thing yet. And so I've not even sent that request to him. And I didn't have access as of yesterday. Because I posted, attempted to post, was gonna post another.
Well, I'll contact him after this meeting and find out because I'm pretty sure we got billed. I remember specifically, and you guys would have seen it in bills for approval. I remember specifically getting billed for you getting admin access.
And I assumed that was the first time around. And so I assume we'll have a bill for you asking him to remove it.
So
Oh, he's not,
I have-
no, I'm not gonna ask him to remove it.
You did.
Well, I did, but
Yes, you did.
you got it, so.
No,
I mean.
he took it away. Yeah, he took it away on your command.
And.
All right, so
since
we've
then-
got a newsletter coming out. We could kind of address this situation. I mean, all our residents are
Yeah.
going to be getting the newsletter.
Yeah.
We could, to help alleviate some of the calls. I don't have a problem putting it on the website, but if you truly want to inform the people, why don't we do a little article saying, this use by rights and how it works into the fact that if it's not listed in our zoning ordinance, that it's not a use by right, that it is not legal in our township, and specifically calling out short-term rentals. Kind of an FYI for the public to find out.
Why don't we do all 3? Why don't we put it on the homepage for the website and put it on the zoning administrator page as Cheryl suggested and put it out as in the
That way it should
Newsletter.
alleviate, I like your idea, Don, that way it should alleviate phone calls, other than people that don't read, they just.
Right. Realtors.
And keep in mind that it doesn't matter what we do here, the legislature
Right.
could very well come through and take that away, and quite honestly, I'd be okay with that, because then it's theirs to police, not ours. And they're not gonna, just like we don't have the funds to police it either. So
So I would like to amend my motion to add the zoning, the zoning administrator page. So the motion will now read, motion to have the clerk place the following statement on the Whitewater Township website homepage and zoning administrator page. And then quote, short-term rental of a residential dwelling for any period of less than 30 days is currently not allowed in Whitewater Township. Although not allowed within a residential dwelling, short-term rentals may be permitted in certain zoning districts as bed and breakfasts, hotels and motels, campgrounds, and other. Well, I can't do that because you made the motion. I seconded it. So are you?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so I'll start reading it again. So I'll withdraw my second. All right, I meant motion to have the clerk place the following statement on the Whitewater Township website homepage and zoning administrator page. Short-term rental of a residential dwelling for any period of less than 30 days is currently not allowed in Whitewater Township. Although not allowed within a residential dwelling, short-term rentals may be permitted in certain zoning districts as bed and breakfasts, hotels and motels, campgrounds, and other similar uses. And to have the supervisor create a written document to the board verifying the completion date of this task.
I'll second that motion. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
I do have one comment before that. I'll put it on the website this time, but I'll make sure that the Ron Pop has administrative access to the website. So any changes he wants to make in the future, he can just make them.
That's not in keeping with the board's request to Jim, which is security for other pages. So that's not part of the motion.
No, I didn't.
And
I tried to
so-
say that it was part of the motion.
You won't.
Well,
I don't want access to your page. I don't want access to Ardella's page.
Yeah, I
You
get
know,
it.
And
I get
that was a good recommendation. So what we have Jim building, when we ask him, I think is prudent.
Well, I'm still gonna check with Jim and find out if you already do
That's
have
fine.
full access, because I believe we have paid for that. So I believe that that
I
is the
would
case
think that
already.
before you pay for something, you would verify.
Well,
But there I
here
go thinking
again,
again.
it was my understanding you requested it, and I believe I can dig that email out. So, all right. Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no. Tom is absent. Bennett? Yes. Glenn?
Yes.
And it will go down at the bottom of information, so not gonna be real visible on there, like I say, and I just don't think a lot of people look at that, but whatever, it'll be on there.
Well, you can choose to bury it wherever you want to bury it, I guess.
Well, I usually put, I guess it depends, we'll see.
New business number 4. Packet deadline recommendation. Motion requesting the planning commission to consider adopt a packet distribution deadline of 10 days before the next meeting, consistent with the red line clean copy bylaws attached.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Two comments that I have is I think we've experienced and heard quite often, and I don't think in the motion, I don't think we should be asking them to consider. I think we should be asking them to adopt, basically to adopt the packet distribution deadline. And I think we should define whether those 10 days are calendar or business days. So that is clearly and transparent for what they need to do.
Right, but Don, I feel like we have to be careful telling other boards and commissions what to do. And without using that word consider in there, I think we are attempting to tell them what to do with their own bylaws. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think Ron's using the consider/adopt tells them what we'd like them to do, but it's ultimately up to them, their bylaws.
I see your point. I see your point.
And then my second thought is that they don't consider adopt, then we make a policy. Because I'm
Right, but
really
you-
tired of getting.
But I think you have to give them the opportunity to run their own board, their own
Right.
commission.
That, fair point. Fair point.
Yeah.
I still would like to revisit then the 10 calendar days or business
Sure.
days as a
a
recommendation, or
good
do you want to leave that up to
recommendation.
them? If we're following that path of letting them consider, should we then let them make a determination along those same points?
We can ask them to consider the 10 days. It's up to them.
Okay, I see your point.
I think Heidi wanted us to do 10 business days here at the board level. I'm trying to recall that conversation. And I got to tell you, that's difficult to do.
It won't get done.
Well, then we change people. And you find somebody who's willing to do the job. And if you don't find them, then
And we've
You
been
do
having a
something different.
problem with this since before Denny Habedank was the zoning administrator here.
and one thing's been consistent.
One thing has. Mhm.
Yep.
Yep, no matter what we say. And also, I will just use this opportunity just to bring up the fact that somewhere along the way, the PC now does not have to have their bylaws approved by the board. And I was recently asked to certify a copy of their bylaws, but they haven't been adopted by the board. I don't even know what I would be certifying. I'm not going to certify something that hasn't been adopted by the board. So I think that's an unintended consequence of the PC bylaws not being approved by the board. And we approve the Prax bylaws, we approve ZBA's bylaws and their rules of procedure. We've done that. And that is the way it should be with all bodies in the township. So I think because the board does, you might like to say that the PC operates autonomously. They really don't. They operate by the rules that the board sets for them. And I think that's why we're having some of these problems.
And I actually set that as a business item for December, Cheryl.
Okay,
Consistent with the email string between you and Kim Mangus for the board to review next month. Because I kind of agree with Cheryl on this point. I think it was my fault that we didn't approve the PC's bylaws, but
they put it in their bylaws that they don't have to go to the board. That's in their bylaws. They
Yeah.
changed that a couple of years ago. And I believe that got maybe approved by the board. I don't know. I certainly didn't approve it.
yeah. So at any rate, I'm bringing that up for discussion next month and we can dive into it deeply then. So do we have a motion out there in a second?
Yes, my original motion stand, or your original motion stands. It's, I don't have any adjustments to it.
Okay,
Yep. we have a
roll call
motion.
when ready.
And my last comment is I think 10 business days or even 10 calendar days is too long ahead of time, but let me just get this down. Glenn,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Goss, no, Volume is absent.
And let's see, new business. Did we add the clerk's packet or just bills for payable?
Bills.
Okay. The only question I have is, most capital expenses are board approval,
They're always supposed to be.
but I think we have, don't we have like a minimum amount? Like you have a $500 capital expenditure in this packet.
For
and
what?
Well. It was Township Park Board elections on 10/12, $500.
Okay, what that is the $500 that was put on the Visa bill for the concrete service for the High Parade Park. The concrete service is where we got the diamond dust. The diamond dust was an approved capital expenditure for the dugouts.
Okay. All right.
That's what that is.
All right.
Yeah.
So my question was really about whether or not we have set ourselves a minimum, right? And I think that would be prudent to do during our budget discussion. Because we don't want to come to the board approval for a $500 capital expense.
We don't.
I wouldn't think so.
Well, you have to change the policy then.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
Okay,
Cheryl.
yeah.
That's what I just got done saying.
Right.
I mean,
But-
you can spend up to $1,000 on a purchase order, for example. So I would think that it's a discussion for another day. Okay. That was the only question I had. Anybody else have questions on bills for approval?
None by me.
Roll call when ready.
There hasn't been a motion.
Motion to the accept the bills for approval dated 11/9/2022 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion. Roll call when ready.
Volume is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Bennett? Yes.
Board comments and discussion.
I have a couple items. I gave the board a memo about budgeted transfers in a 9/6 memo. It was apparently deemed too late for the 9/13 meeting. But the budgeted transfers still need to be addressed. The rec fund has gone into the red because we haven't made our budgeted transfer on that. And also, I submitted a 10/6 memo with budget amendments that were not taken up at the 10-11 meeting. And both of these things should have rolled over to the next meeting because the document's already been provided. But they haven't been, and we do need to address those budget amendments as well. Particularly, I believe there were 6 budget amendments. I don't have the document right in front of me right now. I'm not asking the board to go and add these to the agenda or anything like that, but they need to be put on the next agenda so that they can be taken care of. And I might even have to update that. I just, as you saw yesterday, I sent out new budget documents. And I'm gonna have to look at those line items because, for instance, township board wages, there have been a lot of extra meetings. And so I think we've blown the budget on that. And so wages are supposed to be, wage line items are supposed to be, amended, have budget amendments on them, and then any cost centers that are over too. I didn't have very many at the end of September.
What was the date of the 2 memos? 9/26 and 10/6?
9/6,
9/6
9/6, and then 10/6.
and then 10/6.
9/6 is the budgeted transfers. 10/6 is the budget amendments.
You sent those by email?
I believe so, yes. Or I
Okay.
sent a link to them or something to my packet. I mean, I can resend them if you want.
It would save me a lot of time.
I will resend.
Thank you.
I do have one.
Especially that Baird invoice that they tacked on an extra couple $1,000s. That hasn't been approved by the board. The amount in the account or auditing line item hasn't been amended to reflect the additional money over for Baird's services over what we had budgeted in there. So there's that, and then now there's the extra, so that, and they would like to get paid. And they should be paid. Their work is complete.
That's in the 9/6 or the 10/6 memo. Is that right?
That would be in the 10/6 memo.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we have all bases covered. Ardella, did you have something?
I do. I'm gonna have to get going, and I just wanted to remind everybody that the newsletter deadline is gonna have to be the 21st of this month. Because dang my deputy for, going on vacation to see her dad. So 21st, please.
Got it.
Got that?
No one in the township hall except for Chief. Chief, any public comment?
No, sir.
Any public comment out in Zoom land? Okay.
Did we finish the public hearing?
Thought so, quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Hi, Connie.
Hi, Connie Highmore, Bags Road. So a couple things. I think a subcommittee is needed for the boat ramp project. So much time has been spent. A lot of it wasted time since the project is so deep. It's okay to ask for help. This is a huge, costly project. If it's going to get done, we need a subcommittee of involved people. Spinning wheels keep on spinning. Also, I know what the moratorium is about because I read the moratorium. The planner has made more progress in 30 days on ordinance amendments than I have seen in the 8 months that I've been watching the PC. Reading PC minutes that I think were in the packet today, put in there by Heidi. joining on Zoom or watching the recording is so helpful. If you have questions about the PC meetings or what's going on with them concerning the moratorium, those are all good sources for your answers.
We understand, Ardella.
Also, playing nicely in the sandbox didn't always happen today. We have another opportunity next month. Remember to always be kind. Teamwork makes the dream work. We've got this. Call me if I can help you with positive affirmation. I have something nice to say about each of you. Thanks. Have a great week.
Hello, Vicky. I see your hand is up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, thank you for your time. I will, I guess, echo what Connie said. Maybe I should have gone before her so she could be echoing me. But in listening to this meeting, I concur that it's important that everybody work together. It just doesn't seem to happen. And going back, majority of you were voting yes, and it just seemed like there was always a holdout for no. And I don't know if it's just that you want to vote no, or that you're just being difficult. I'm not really sure. I just can't believe we can't move forward here. I think it's ridiculous that there wasn't a backup of something as important as the ordinances. I can't even imagine that on one computer not having a backup. I can't believe that it's even a topic that a Word document should be available and maintained. And I agree with Connie, it's part of what our issue is with the moratorium. There are so many versions out there. I'm not even sure that the ZA and the Planning Commission know which version to be looking at. So please take the time to work on this. I also want to thank Don. It seems like you're taking on a lot. I just wish that everybody would divvy up the work that is to be done there. And I too would be happy to volunteer in any capacity that would be helpful. I have asked this before, and I'm not really sure. You are fiduciaries of this township. I don't know how you can be fiduciaries of this township and not see numbers on a more regular basis. To hear that we are incurring late fees because something wasn't in a packet on time to actually be approved. I'm pretty insulted that our money is being wasted like that. So, you know, again, why are the numbers not coming out in a more timely basis? And as far as what's going on in the Planning Commission, again, Trustee Ballmuth did put in a report. We've been in attendance in these meetings since February, March. I will tell you what happened in the last Planning Commission meeting. They changed the agenda and they had the golf course go, and the golf course presented for over an hour and a half. And then all of a sudden they had to rush through an ordinance. So I'm not really sure, you know, who is determining priorities, but there wasn't a whole lot of time spent on an ordinance, and that's part of what's going on in the moratorium. And I was actually pretty surprised to hear that you didn't know what the moratorium was about. I'm fairly new to all of this, and I certainly know what it's about, and it's in writing everywhere. So I agree with what has been said by Connie. I said it at the beginning as well. I really wish that you all would start working more closely together so that we can move this township in the right direction. That's all we're asking. Set personal agendas aside and think about what's best for everybody. And I was very happy to hear Della's offering of putting in the newsletter about the short-term rentals. Great opportunity. Cheryl, whether they look on the website or not, who cares? Put it on there so that the information is out there for those that do. Thank you for your time.
Louis?
Lois McLean. Cherry Capital Connection 186. Cherry Capital Connection has what he described as an open structure. So interestingly, with their work, we as people who are going to want to hook up to it can sign up with whoever we want. And I don't know if 186 offers that same thing. It does make it so that it is a true global pot of money available to everybody by having their source be open to everybody. And anybody who does sign up, whether it's in that area or not, in your little square, will get the $700 structure fee reduced. That's bonus for everybody in the whole pot. That doesn't matter if you give them a dollar or the whole 121. Have you all thought about maybe splitting it up between the two of them? I have no idea where that would work. Regarding volunteers, 2 people here on the public comment have volunteered to help. I noted on the ARPA surveys that there was at least 4 people who listed that they were interested in volunteering for positions in the township. And regarding the BCNA trees that need to be removed, Steve Largent noted that the bid was an up to amount and you have not met that up to amount. So can it be part of that already? Just to clear the trees under that umbrella, just to clear the trees that are in the way of the trail that's already there. That's all. Thanks.
Motion to adjourn made at 1:41 PM. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made second. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Valmuth is absent. Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.